Shamrocks Shadows. A Holly Hart St. Patrick's Day Mystery. Holly Hart Mystery Series, Book 3, by Wynne Valentine. Copyright 2025 by Wynne Valentine. All rights reserved. No part of this book may be reproduced in any form or by any electronic or mechanical means, including information storage and retrieval systems, without written permission from the author, except for the use of brief quotations in a book review. This novel is entirely a work of fiction. The names, characters, and incidents portrayed in it are the work of the author's imagination. Any resemblance to actual persons, living or dead, events or localities is entirely coincidental. Wynne Valentine asserts the moral right to be identified as the author of this work. Designations used by companies to distinguish their products are often claimed as trademarks. All brand names and product names used in this book and on its cover are trade names, service marks, trademarks, and registered trademarks of their respective owners. The publishers and the book are not associated with any product or vendor mentioned in this book. None of the companies referenced within the book have endorsed the book. Book cover by Dana Sacco, defined with vellum. Chapter 1. Festival Preparations. The scent of pine sap and fresh mountain air filled Holly's lungs as she stepped out of the rental car in Pine Ridge, Colorado. 30 miles east of Millbrook Falls, the neighboring mountain town shared the same rugged landscape but felt distinctly different. Busier, more commercial, with art galleries and boutiques lining its main street where Millbrook Falls had cozy cafes and family-owned shops. Hart, Holloway, and Rodriguez Consulting, Jasper read from the business card he'd been turning over in his fingers during the drive. Still sounds official when you say it out loud. It should, Elena said from the back seat, though her voice carried an edge Holly hadn't heard before. This is our first real case outside Millbrook Falls. Time to prove we're more than just local problem solvers. Holly shouldered her briefcase and surveyed the street. 3 art galleries within a 2-block radius, each with insurance claim notices posted discreetly in their windows. The pattern was what had drawn them here. 5 thefts in 3 months, all targeting contemporary works while leaving more valuable traditional pieces untouched. The Meridian Gallery is just ahead, Holly said, checking her notes. Owner Rebecca Vance was the one who contacted us about the insurance investigation. The gallery occupied a converted Victorian house, its original bay windows now showcasing abstract sculptures and vibrant paintings. Rebecca Vance met them at the door, a woman in her 50s with silver-streaked hair and the kind of careful composure that suggested recent stress. "Thank you for coming," she said, ushering them inside. "I know Pine Ridge isn't exactly a hotbed of criminal activity, but these thefts are peculiar." "Peculiar how?" Holly asked, noting the careful arrangement of remaining pieces. Empty spaces on the walls marked where stolen works had hung. The thieves are selective. 3 weeks ago, they took a digital installation worth $12,000, but left a Frederick Remington sketch worth $40,000 hanging right next to it. Rebecca gestured to a small, framed piece depicting a cowboy on horseback. "Who steals the cheap art and leaves the expensive stuff?" Elena pulled out her tablet and began taking notes. "Walk us through the timeline." First theft was January 15th. Contemporary, mixed media piece by a local artist. Second was February 3rd. Another contemporary work, this time involving projected digital elements. Third was 2 weeks later. Same pattern. "Any security footage?" Jasper asked. "That's just it. Our cameras show nothing. Whoever did this knew exactly where our blind spots were, and they disabled the motion sensors without triggering any alarms." Rebecca's frustration was evident. "The insurance company thinks it's an inside job, but I've known my staff for years." Holly walked the gallery space, studying the arrangement of remaining pieces. "Tell me about the contemporary artists they targeted. Local connections?" 2 local, 1 from Denver. All working in multimedia, combining traditional techniques with digital elements. Rebecca paused. Actually, that's another strange thing. The thieves seemed to know exactly which pieces had digital components. Elena looked up sharply from her tablet. Digital components? Like embedded technology? Smart canvases, interactive elements, even some pieces with cryptocurrency authentication built into the provenance tracking. Rebecca noticed Elena's expression. Is that significant? Maybe. Elena's fingers moved rapidly across her tablet screen. Can you show me the financial records for these pieces? Purchase history, payment methods? While Rebecca gathered the files, Holly and Jasper examined the empty wall spaces. The precision of the thefts was remarkable. Clean removal with no damage to surrounding pieces, suggesting both skill and planning. Here's what I don't understand, Jasper said quietly. If you're going to the trouble of a sophisticated art theft, why not take the most valuable pieces? Unless value isn't the primary motivation, Holly replied, studying a gap where a stolen piece had hung next to an untouched, traditional landscape. Elena, what are you seeing in those records? Is that unusual for legitimate art sales? Very. Elena glanced at Holly with something that looked like recognition and concern. This pattern. I've seen it before. Before Holly could ask what she meant, Elena's phone buzzed. She glanced at the screen and her face went pale. We need to head back to Millbrook Falls, Elena said, closing her tablet with sharp efficiency. Now. What's wrong? Holly asked. Sam Reeves just called. Someone broke into their studio last night, destroyed their computer equipment, and ransacked their files. Elena was already moving toward the door. They specifically targeted anything related to Sam's digital art authentication software. Rebecca followed them outside. Wait! Your friend Sam? They're the artist installing the digital piece for your St. Patrick's Day festival, right? I read about it in the regional arts newsletter. You know about our festival? Holly asked. Pine Ridge artists always pay attention to what's happening in neighboring communities. Competition for gallery representation, you know. Rebecca hesitated. Actually, there was something else. Last week, a couple came by asking about artists working in digital authentication. They seemed particularly interested in any connections to Millbrook Falls. Elena stopped walking. What did they look like? Older, well-dressed, professional. They said they were art appraisers, but something felt off about their questions. During the drive back to Millbrook Falls, Elena remained unusually quiet, her fingers drumming against her phone as she stared out the window. Holly caught Jasper's eye in the rearview mirror. They were both thinking the same thing. Their normally composed partner was rattled, and that was more concerning than the theft itself. Elena, Holly said gently, what did you mean when you said you'd seen those financial patterns before? It's probably nothing. Similar patterns can happen for legitimate reasons, but Elena's voice lacked conviction. Let's focus on helping Sam first. They found Sam Reeves in their studio behind Main Street, surveying the damage with the stoic expression of someone who'd seen worse disasters. Computers lay in pieces, canvases were slashed, and months of work had been scattered across the floor like digital confetti. Insurance will cover the equipment, Sam said without preamble, but they destroyed 3 months of authentication code. Backup files, security protocols, everything. Authentication code? Holly asked. I've been developing software to create unforgeable digital signatures for art pieces. Think of it as a cryptocurrency-based certificate of authenticity that can't be duplicated or hacked. Sam kicked at a broken hard drive. Took me 2 years to develop the algorithms. Elena crouched beside the destroyed computers, her FBI training evident in how she examined the scene. This wasn't random vandalism. They knew exactly what they were looking for. How can you tell? Jasper asked. Look at the destruction pattern. They smashed the computer equipment first. That's where the authentication software would be stored. Everything else was secondary. Elena stood, brushing dust from her hands. This was a targeted data theft disguised as vandalism. Holly felt pieces clicking together in her mind. The Pine Ridge thefts targeted digital art. Someone breaks into Sam's studio and destroys authentication software. These aren't separate incidents. There's something else, Sam said quietly. Yesterday, someone approached me about buying the authentication software outright. Cash offer, way above market value. When I said no, they got insistent. Insistent how? Elena's voice sharpened. They implied I might have trouble finding venues for my art if I didn't reconsider. Sam's jaw tightened. I don't respond well to threats. Elena and Holly exchanged glances. The pattern was becoming clear. Someone was either acquiring or destroying digital art authentication technology, using whatever methods necessary. Sam, Elena said carefully, I need you to think about this software. Could it be used for purposes other than art authentication? Of course. The underlying technology could track any valuable item, antiques, collectibles, even financial instruments. Why? Elena's phone buzzed again. She glanced at it, and her expression grew even more troubled. That's Sheriff Webb. There's been another incident. As they walked back toward Main Street, Holly noticed the festival preparations in full swing around the town square. Green banners fluttered from streetlights, vendors were setting up booths, and someone was testing the sound system for weekend performances. The cheerful atmosphere felt surreal against the backdrop of theft and intimidation. Elena, Holly said as they reached her car, there's something you're not telling us about those financial patterns. Elena paused with her hand on the door handle. The cryptocurrency transaction structures we saw in Pine Ridge, they're consistent with money laundering operations, specifically the kind used by organized crime to move money through art sales. You think we're dealing with organized crime? I think we're dealing with something that started as art theft and might be much bigger. Elena's voice was steady, but Holly caught the underlying tension. And I think someone's using our St. Patrick's Day festival as either a target or a cover. Jasper frowned. Cover for what? That's what we need to figure out. Fast. Elena opened her car door, because if I'm right about these patterns, then Sam's software isn't just valuable, it's dangerous. And anyone associated with it might be in more trouble than they realize. Holly looked back at the festival preparations, seeing them with new eyes. In 3 days, Millbrook Falls would be hosting hundreds of visitors for their biggest celebration of the year. If Elena was right, they might also be hosting something much more dangerous. Then we'd better figure this out before the festival starts, Holly said, because I'm not letting anyone turn our celebration into their crime scene. As they drove toward Sheriff Webb's office, Holly couldn't shake the feeling that their first official case as Hart, Holloway, and Rodriguez Consulting was about to become far more complicated than a simple art theft investigation. Elena's obvious anxiety, Sam's targeted software, and the approaching festival created a combination that felt like a storm building on the horizon. Whatever was coming, Holly was determined to face it with her team intact and her community protected. She just hoped they were as ready as Elena seemed to think they needed to be. Chapter 2. Emerald Connections. Wind chimes made from green glass caught the afternoon light as Holly approached Emerald Isle Gallery, their melodic tinkling a stark contrast to the tension that had settled over the festival preparations. Through the gallery's front window, she could see Bridget O'Malley moving between easels with quick, nervous gestures, straightening paintings that didn't need straightening. The bell above the door announced Holly's entrance with a cheerful Irish melody, but Bridget's startled jump suggested she'd been expecting someone else entirely. Holly! Thank goodness it's you! Bridget pressed a hand to her chest, her relief obvious. Well, never mind what I thought. You're here about the art walk? That's right. We wanted to make sure everything's coordinated for tomorrow. Holly studied Bridget's face, noting the dark circles under her eyes and the way her hands trembled slightly as she gestured. Are you feeling all right? You seem a bit on edge. It's just festival nerves. Big crowds, lots of coordination. Bridget's laugh sounded forced. You know how it is. And Holly didn't know how it was, actually. Bridget had organized gallery events before without this level of anxiety. Is there anything I can help with? Any problems with the setup? Bridget hesitated, glancing toward the back office before meeting Holly's eyes. There have been some irregularities in my recent sales records. Pieces sold to collectors who never visit, never call, never even arrange for shipping. That does sound unusual. What kind of pieces? Contemporary work mostly. Digital art, mixed media installations. Bridget moved to a display featuring abstract paintings with embedded LED elements. The prices have been good, better than good, actually. But something feels off about the whole thing. Holly thought of Finn's concerns about cryptocurrency payments and unusual art sales patterns. Have you discussed this with anyone? Maybe someone with financial expertise could help you make sense of it. Bridget's expression shuddered immediately. I'm sure it's nothing. Probably just rich collectors who prefer privacy. My partner Elena has experience with financial investigations. She might be able to... No. Bridget's interruption was sharp enough to cut. I mean, that's very kind, but I'm probably just overthinking things. Festival stress, you know? The bell chimed again, and Sam entered carrying a manila envelope. They paused in the doorway, taking in the tense atmosphere with obvious concern. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. I brought my artist statement for the festival program. Sam approached cautiously, their usual confident demeanor subdued. Everything okay here? Of course. Bridget's brightness felt theatrical. Just discussing the art walk details. Your installation is going to be the highlight of the festival. Sam handed over the envelope, but their attention was focused on a series of photographs displayed near the counter. Those are beautiful. Local photographer? Guest artist from Denver. Digital photography with blockchain authentication. Bridget's voice carried a note of pride mixed with something else. Worry? Each piece has a unique digital signature that can't be duplicated. Blockchain authentication? Holly asked, remembering her conversation with Sam about their software. How does that work exactly? Each photograph gets a cryptographic signature when it's created, Sam explained. But their voice carried an odd tension. Like a digital fingerprint that proves authenticity and ownership. Exactly. No more questions about provenance or forgeries. Bridget seemed to relax slightly, apparently on safer conversational ground. Though I'll admit I don't understand all the technical details. The bell chimed a third time and Finn entered with the kind of purpose that suggested he wasn't browsing for art. His gaze swept the gallery, lingering on the digital photography display before settling on Bridget. Miss O'Malley, I was hoping we could continue our conversation from yesterday. Bridget went pale. Mr. Donnelly, I told you I don't have time for interviews right now. This isn't about an interview. Finn's tone was gentle but persistent. It's about the patterns I mentioned. I think you might be in danger. Holly felt the atmosphere in the gallery shift, tension crackling between Finn and Bridget like electricity before a storm. Sam had gone very still, their attention fixed on the blockchain photography display with uncomfortable intensity. What kind of patterns? Holly asked when Bridget remained silent. Finn glanced at Bridget, who shook her head slightly. Financial irregularities involving art sales and cryptocurrency. The kind that suggest money laundering operations. Money laundering? Bridget's voice pitched higher. That's absurd. This is a legitimate gallery. I'm not questioning your legitimacy, Finn said carefully. but I think someone might be using your gallery, and others, without your knowledge. Sam had been examining the blockchain photographs with increasing agitation. Now they turned abruptly. These authentication signatures, where did they come from? The artist provided them. Why? Bridget looked confused by the apparent change of subject. Because this cryptographic structure, it's based on software I developed 2 years ago. Sam's voice was tight with controlled fear. Software that was supposed to be destroyed. Holly felt pieces clicking into place with horrible clarity. Sam? What exactly are you saying? I'm saying someone has my authentication software, and they're using it for purposes I never intended. Sam's hands clenched at their sides. And if these signatures are showing up here, in Millbrook Falls, then they found me. The silence that followed was broken only by the gentle chiming of the wind chimes, their cheerful sound suddenly seeming ominous rather than welcoming. Found you? Bridget whispered. What do you mean, found you? Before Sam could answer, Finn stepped closer to the photography display. Ms. O'Malley, I need you to tell me exactly who arranged these sales. Names, contact information, payment methods. I can't just give out client information. Your client information might be the key to stopping a criminal organization that's already killed people. Finn's interruption was sharp with urgency. People who were investigating the same patterns I am. Holly's stomach dropped. Killed people? Finn, what aren't you telling us? 3 art dealers in the past 6 months. All investigating unusual cryptocurrency transactions, all found dead in circumstances that looked like accidents. Finn's expression was grim. Until you start looking at the pattern. Bridget sank into a chair behind the counter, her face paper white. You think someone might try to hurt me? I think someone might try to hurt anyone who gets too close to understanding their operation, Finn said gently. Which is why we need to work together, to expose them before they realize how much we know. Sam was pacing now, their movements sharp with anxiety. This is bad. This is really bad. If they're using my software here, if they know I'm here... Sam, Holly said firmly, you need to tell us exactly what's going on. All of it. Sam stopped pacing and looked at each of them in turn, Holly with her determined concern, Finn with his investigative focus, Bridget with her frightened confusion. The software I created wasn't just for art authentication. It was designed to create unbreakable digital chains of ownership for any valuable asset. Sam's voice was barely audible. And someone figured out how to use it to make money laundering completely untraceable. Which is why you came to Millbrook Falls, Holly said, understanding flooding through her. You weren't just looking for a quiet place to work. You were hiding. Elena helped me disappear after I testified against the people who stole my software. But if they found my work here... The implications hung in the air like a threat. Holly looked around the gallery, at Bridget's frightened face, at Finn's determined expression, at Sam's barely controlled panic. Whatever was happening, it was bigger than art theft and more dangerous than insurance fraud. We need to call Elena, Holly said finally, and we need to do it right now. No phone calls from here, Finn said sharply. If they're monitoring communications. Then we go to her, Holly decided. All of us, together. Safety in numbers. But as they prepared to leave the gallery, Holly couldn't shake the feeling that they were already too late. The cheerful wind chimes continued their melody, but now they sounded like a warning rather than a welcome. Outside, the festival preparations continued in the late afternoon sun. Workers hung the last of the green banners while vendors made final adjustments to their booths. Children laughed and played in the square, completely unaware that their celebration might be harboring something deadly. Holly locked arms with Bridget as they walked toward Sheriff Webb's office, where Elena was still working with Finn's data. Sam stayed close on Bridget's other side, their eyes constantly scanning the crowd for familiar faces that shouldn't be there. Holly, Bridget said quietly as they navigated around a group of festival workers. "If someone really is using my gallery for criminal purposes, will I be in trouble legally?" "Not if you cooperate with the investigation," Holly assured her. "But Bridget, you need to tell Elena everything. No matter how embarrassing or confusing it might seem." "There's something else," Bridget admitted, her voice so low Holly had to strain to hear it. "Yesterday, before Mr. Donnelly came to the gallery, someone else was asking questions. A couple, well-dressed, professional. They said they were insurance investigators." Holly's steps slowed. "What kind of questions?" "No, about my sales records, my client list, my authentication procedures." Bridget's grip on Holly's arm tightened. "And they asked specifically about any connections I might have to digital artists in the area." Sam stopped walking entirely. What did they look like? Older, maybe 50s or 60s. The woman had silver hair, very elegant. The man was tall, wore expensive glasses. Bridget paused, thinking. "Actually, they reminded me of the couple who bought those blockchain photographs. Different names on the paperwork, but similar appearance." Holly felt a chill that had nothing to do with the mountain air. "Bridget, did you give them any information? Just general details about the gallery. Nothing specific about clients." Bridget looked between Holly and Sam with growing alarm. "Why? Did I do something wrong?" "You might have done something that saved your life," Sam said grimly. "If they're who I think they are, giving them detailed information would have made you a liability instead of an asset." As they reached the sheriff's office, Holly could see Elena through the window, bent over a computer with the focused intensity that meant she was deep in data analysis. For the first time since this whole situation began, Holly felt a spark of hope. Elena had federal training and experience with criminal networks. If anyone could unravel this mess, it was her. But as they approached the door, Holly also felt the weight of responsibility settling on her shoulders. Bridget was scared, Sam was in danger, and Finn was pursuing a truth that had already gotten people killed. Whatever happened next would depend on the decisions they made in the next few hours. The festival was less than 18 hours away, and hundreds of innocent people would be gathering in the town square. Holly was determined that their celebration wouldn't become a crime scene. She just hoped Elena had found something in those financial records that would give them the upper hand, because from the sound of it, they were going to need every advantage they could get. Chapter 3. Morning of Shamrocks and Shadows. Coffee steam curled into the crisp morning air as Holly climbed the steps to Finn Donnelly's craftsman-style house, a manila envelope tucked under her arm. She'd promised to collect his authentication report for the Pine Ridge case before the festival chaos began, and despite everything that had happened yesterday at the gallery, professional obligations still needed attention. The neighborhood was quiet in the early morning light, most residents still sleeping before the festival's official start. Holly could see Finn's home office through the bay window, bookshelves lined with art catalogs, a desk covered with authentication equipment, and framed certificates documenting his credentials. Everything looked normal, professional, exactly what she'd expected from their brief interaction. She knocked twice, then tried the doorbell when no one answered. "Finn? It's Holly Hart. We had an appointment about the Pine Ridge report." Still no response. Holly checked her phone. 7:30 a.m. Exactly the time they'd agreed on. Finn had been adamant about meeting early, before the festival crowds arrived, and before anyone else might be watching. The front door was unlocked. Holly pushed it open cautiously, calling out again. "Finn? Are you here?" The silence felt wrong immediately. Not the comfortable quiet of an empty house, but the heavy stillness that suggested something terrible had happened. Holly's pulse quickened as she stepped into the foyer, noting details with the investigative eye she'd developed over the past 2 years. A lamp was overturned in the living room. Papers were scattered across the floor. And from the office came a smell that made her stomach clench with recognition. "Oh no," Holly whispered, pulling out her phone to call 911, even as she forced herself to move toward the office. Finn Donnelly lay crumpled beside his desk, his gray hair matted with blood. A traditional Irish shillelagh, the kind used in cultural demonstrations, lay beside him, its carved surface stained dark. Holly recognized it immediately as one of the pieces that had been stored at the community center for festival decorations. 911, what's your emergency? This is Holly Hart. I'm at 847 Maple Street in Millbrook Falls. I found a body, Finn Donnelly. He's been murdered. Holly's voice remained surprisingly steady as she spoke, her shock channeling into professional calm. "Ma'am, are you in immediate danger?" Holly scanned the office quickly, noting the open file cabinets and scattered papers. "I don't think so." "The killer appears to be gone. Please exit the house immediately and wait for emergency responders." But Holly couldn't resist one more look around the office before leaving. Finn's computer was still running, files open on the screen. His authentication equipment was untouched. Whatever the killer had wanted, it wasn't the expensive tools of his trade. She backed out of the house carefully, trying not to disturb anything while noting every detail. The front door had been unlocked, but there were no signs of forced entry. The attack had happened in the office, suggesting Finn had been working when someone arrived. And that shillelagh. Holly was certain she'd seen it among the O'Sullivan family's cultural display items at the community center. Sheriff Webb arrived within minutes, his grim expression suggesting he'd been expecting something like this. "Holly, what exactly brought you here this morning?" Finn was preparing an authentication report for our Pine Ridge case. We arranged to meet at 7:30. Holly handed him the manila envelope she'd brought. He was very specific about meeting early, before the festival started. Webb examined the envelope, Holly's business information written in Finn's careful handwriting. "Did he say why he wanted to meet so early?" "He seemed nervous yesterday. After our conversation at the gallery, I got the impression he thought someone might be watching him." "What conversation at the gallery?" "Timely." Holly explained the encounter between Finn, Bridget, and Sam, watching Webb's expression grow increasingly troubled. He mentioned other art dealers who'd been killed while investigating similar patterns. "Other murders?" Webb's voice sharpened. "He never reported that to my office. I don't think he trusted local law enforcement to handle it. He was planning to work directly with Elena because of her federal experience." 2 more vehicles arrived, the coroner's van and Elena's car. Holly felt a wave of relief seeing her partner's familiar figure emerging with the purposeful stride that meant she was ready to take charge of a complex situation. "Holly, thank God you're safe." Elena's first concern was personal, but her attention quickly shifted to professional assessment. "What do we know?" Webb briefed Elena on the scene while Holly added details about Finn's behavior and their planned meeting. Elena listened with the focused intensity she brought to financial investigations, but Holly noticed something else in her expression. Recognition? Fear? "I need to see that office," Elena said finally. "It's a crime scene," Webb replied. "We'll process it properly before anyone else goes in." "Sheriff, with respect, if this is connected to the financial patterns Finn was investigating, I might recognize evidence your team would miss." Elena's tone carried the quiet authority of someone accustomed to federal jurisdictions. Time could be critical. Webb considered this, then nodded reluctantly. 5 minutes. Don't touch anything." Holly followed Elena and Webb into the house, staying close to Elena as they approached the office. The sight of Finn's body was no less shocking the second time, but Holly forced herself to focus on Elena's reaction instead. Elena stopped in the office doorway, her face going pale as she took in the scene. "That's not random violence," she said quietly. "Look at the pattern of the attack, the positioning of the weapon. This was professional." "Professional how?" Webb asked. "The killer wanted it to look like a crime of passion. Anger, cultural conflict, the Irish weapon reinforcing community tensions." Elena moved carefully around the room, studying the scattered papers. But they were methodical about what they took. Holly watched Elena examine Finn's computer screen and filing system with practiced efficiency. What are they looking for? Financial records, authentication reports, anything connecting local art sales to cryptocurrency transactions. Elena's voice grew tighter as she continued her assessment. They took specific files but left others that would be equally valuable to a random thief. "How can you tell what's missing?" Webb asked. Elena pointed to gaps in the filing system, empty spaces where folders had been removed with surgical precision. "These aren't random." They took everything related to blockchain authentication, cryptocurrency payments, and digital provenance tracking. Holly felt pieces clicking together with horrible clarity. That's exactly what Sam specializes in, and what Bridget was worried about at the gallery. Sam's involved in this? Webb's attention sharpened dangerously. "Not involved," Elena said quickly, "but connected. And probably in serious danger." Before Webb could ask for clarification, one of his deputies appeared in the doorway. "Sheriff, you need to see this." They followed him outside to where another deputy was examining the shillelagh with latex gloves and an evidence bag. "We've got clear fingerprints on the weapon," the deputy reported, "and they're in the system." "Whose prints?" Webb asked. "Sam Reeves. Multiple sets, like they handled this thing extensively." Holly's stomach dropped. Sam had helped move festival decorations yesterday, including the O'Sullivan family's cultural display. Of course their fingerprints would be on the shillelagh. "That's circumstantial," Elena said firmly. Sam was part of the volunteer crew that moved festival items from storage. "Maybe," Webb replied, but his expression suggested he was already building a case. But combined with their connection to the financial patterns Finn was investigating, you can't seriously think Sam killed Finn over art authentication disputes. "I think Sam Reeves has been hiding something about their background, and now someone connected to their past is dead." Webb's tone was grim, but not unsympathetic. "I'm going to need to bring them in for questioning." Elena and Holly exchanged glances. Elena's expression held a conflict Holly had never seen before. The tension between protecting Sam and revealing information that might clear them but create other dangers. "Sheriff," Elena said carefully, "there are federal implications to this case that I haven't fully explained yet." "What kind of federal implications?" Elena looked at Holly, then back at Webb. "The kind that means Sam isn't just a witness or a suspect. They're a target. And if we don't handle this carefully, they're going to end up like Finn." As the coroner's team began processing the scene and Webb coordinated with his deputies, Holly found herself staring at the community center across the street. Festival banners fluttered cheerfully in the morning breeze, and volunteers were already arriving to set up booths and decorations. In 6 hours, hundreds of people would be gathering in the town square for what was supposed to be a celebration. Instead, they'd be walking into what Elena clearly believed was a trap. "Elena," Holly said quietly, "we need to know everything. All of it. Right now." Elena nodded grimly. "I know. And after we talk to Sam, I'll tell you both the whole truth." She paused, watching the festival preparations with obvious worry. "I just hope we're not already too late to stop what's coming." The morning sun continued to shine on Millbrook Falls, but Holly could feel shadows gathering around their community. Whatever Elena had been hiding about her past was about to catch up with all of them. And the festival, their celebration, their moment of community joy, was going to be ground zero for whatever happened next. Chapter 4. Confessions and Cryptocurrency. The back room of Frosted Memories had never felt smaller. Holly sat across from Elena and Jasper at her small conference table, the morning's revelations hanging between them like a physical weight. Through the front window, she could see festival volunteers continuing their cheerful preparations, completely unaware that murder had shattered the celebration's innocence. "Elena," Holly said quietly, "you promised us the whole truth." Elena's hands trembled slightly as she reached for her coffee cup. "The whole truth is going to change everything. And once I tell you, there's no going back to the way things were." "Things already changed when Finn was killed," Jasper pointed out. "Sam's fingerprints on the murder weapon changed things. The federal patterns you keep mentioning changed things. Sam isn't just any witness to financial crimes." Elena set down her cup without drinking. 3 years ago, I was part of a joint FBI Treasury task force investigating one of the largest cryptocurrency money laundering operations in history. We're talking hundreds of millions of dollars being cleaned through art sales, real estate transactions, and legitimate businesses. Holly felt her stomach tighten. What does this have to do with Sam? Sam created the software that made it all possible. Elena's voice was barely audible. Not intentionally. They developed blockchain authentication technology for legitimate art verification. But the criminals figured out how to modify it for money laundering on a massive scale. The revelation hit Holly like cold water. Sam worked for criminals? Sam worked for a tech company that contracted with galleries and auction houses. They had no idea their authentication software was being reverse engineered and weaponized. Elena's expression was pained. When they discovered what was happening, they came to the FBI voluntarily, provided evidence, testified before a grand jury, helped us understand the technical aspects of the operation. Jasper leaned forward. And then? Then people started dying. The tech company's CEO, supposedly a suicide. A gallery owner in Denver, car accident. An auction house manager in Santa Fe, home invasion gone wrong. Elena's professional calm was cracking. Sam realized they weren't just a witness anymore. They were a target. Holly's mind raced through implications. So you brought them to Millbrook Falls under witness protection? Unofficial witness protection. By the time we realized how deep the corruption went, we couldn't trust official channels. Elena met Holly's eyes. I wasn't just any FBI agent on the case, Holly. I was Sam's handler. It was my job to keep them safe. The small room felt suffocating. Holly stood and paced to the window, watching Sam across the square as they methodically packed up their art installation. Even from this distance, she could see the tension in their movements. "That's why you came here," Holly said, understanding flooding through her. "Both of you. This wasn't coincidence." Millbrook Falls seemed perfect. Small, isolated. No connections to the art world or cryptocurrency markets. We thought we could disappear here. Elena's voice broke slightly. But the Pine Ridge case, the patterns Finn discovered, it's the same network. They found us. Jasper had gone very still. "How long have you known this was connected?" "I suspected it yesterday when Finn mentioned the cryptocurrency transactions. I was certain this morning when I saw how professionally Finn was killed." Elena pulled out her laptop and opened a series of files. "Look at these patterns. The authentication signatures on the blockchain photographs at Bridget's gallery. The transaction structures Finn was tracking. Even the method used to kill him. It's all consistent with the organization we thought we'd dismantled." Holly studied the financial data Elena displayed, seeing connections she'd missed before. The couple Bridget mentioned, the ones asking about digital artists, probably advanced scouts. They've been systematically checking galleries across Colorado, looking for any trace of Sam's authentication technology. Elena's fingers moved rapidly across the keyboard. And they found it. Not just in Bridget's gallery, but embedded in several local business systems. Which businesses? Holly asked, though she dreaded the answer. Elena pulled up another screen. O'Sullivan's Pub has been processing unusually large credit card transactions for a business of their size. The antique shop downtown shows inventory turnovers that don't match their sales volume. Even the community center's rental fees show suspicious patterns. You're saying our neighbors are money laundering? I'm saying your neighbors might be unwitting participants in a money laundering operation. Small businesses getting offered unusually good deals on credit processing, inventory financing, or equipment leasing. They don't realize they're being used to move dirty money through legitimate channels. The scope of the operation made Holly feel sick. How many people are involved? Based on the patterns, potentially dozens of businesses across multiple Colorado towns. Elena closed the laptop. And Sam is the key to understanding how it all works, which is why they're in immediate danger. Jasper had been studying Elena's face throughout the explanation. There's something else, isn't there? Something you're still not telling us, Luma? Elena's composure finally cracked entirely. The agent who was supposed to be my backup on Sam's protection, Agent Marcus Torres, was found dead 2 days ago in Denver. Apparent heart attack, but the timing is suspicious. 2 days ago? Holly's voice sharpened. Before or after we took the Pine Ridge case? Before. Which means they might have been tracking our business, waiting for the right moment to flush us out. Elena looked between Holly and Jasper with obvious anguish. I think the Pine Ridge art theft case was a setup. They hired Hart, Holloway, and Rodriguez specifically because they knew I worked here. The implications were staggering. Holly sank back into her chair, trying to process the idea that their first major case had been orchestrated by criminals targeting Elena and Sam. We have to call the FBI, Jasper said firmly. Official channels. Federal protection. Proper law enforcement response. We can't trust official channels, Elena replied. Torres was supposed to be my emergency contact if something went wrong. If they got to him... A sharp knock on the back door interrupted her. Through the glass, Holly could see Sheriff Webb's grim expression. He's here about Sam, Elena said quietly. The fingerprint evidence will be enough for him to make an arrest. Holly stood and moved toward the door. Then we tell him everything, right now. If we tell Webb about Sam's real identity, it puts them in federal custody, which means they'll be exactly where the criminals want them. Elena's desperation was obvious. Holly, I know how this sounds, but you have to trust me. Local law enforcement can't protect Sam from this kind of organization. Webb knocked again, more insistently. Holly could see his patience wearing thin through the glass. We're out of time, Jasper said. Whatever we're going to do, we need to decide now. Holly looked between Elena's frightened face and Webb's authoritative presence at the door. Sam's safety, the festival's security, the integrity of their community, everything hung on the decision she made in the next few seconds. Elena, she said firmly, I need you to look me in the eyes and tell me, is Sam innocent of Finn's murder? Completely innocent. They're a victim in this, not a perpetrator. And are you telling me the truth about your FBI background and Sam's witness protection, Tom? Yes. Every word. Holly took a deep breath and made her choice. She opened the door to let Webb in. But before he could speak, she held up her hand. Sheriff, before you say anything about arresting Sam, there are federal implications to this case that you need to understand. Elena is going to brief you on witness protection issues and organized crime connections that change everything about this investigation. Webb's eyebrows rose. Federal implications? Elena stepped forward, her FBI training taking over. Sheriff Webb, I need to show you classified information about a multi-state money laundering operation. Sam Reeves is a protected federal witness, and their arrest would compromise an ongoing investigation into organized crime activities. Are you telling me this murder is connected to federal cases? I'm telling you that Finn Donnelly was killed because he discovered financial patterns that could expose a criminal network operating across Colorado. And that network is planning to eliminate Sam during today's festival. Webb looked between the three of them, his law enforcement instincts clearly conflicted. Show me what you've got. As Elena reopened her laptop and began explaining the cryptocurrency patterns to Webb, Holly felt the weight of her decisions settle around her. She'd chosen to trust Elena's story and protect Sam despite the evidence pointing toward them. Now she could only hope that trust wouldn't destroy everything she'd worked to build in Millbrook Falls. Outside the window, festival preparations continued under increasingly cloudy skies. In a few hours, hundreds of innocent people would gather in the town square, unaware they might be walking into a trap set by professional killers. Holly pulled out her phone to text Sam. Stay close to crowds today. Don't go anywhere alone. Trust no one you don't know personally. The response came back immediately. Too late. They're already here. Chapter 5. Festival Setup and Family Feuds. Laughter carried across the town square despite the morning's tragedy, a jarring counterpoint to the crime scene tape being removed from Finn's house just 3 blocks away. Holly stood beside Sam's partially assembled art installation, watching volunteers hang green banners with the determined cheerfulness of people refusing to let murder destroy their celebration. It feels wrong, Sam said quietly, adjusting the angle of one of their screens. All this happiness when Finn is dead. Because of me. Finn is dead because of criminals who steal and kill to protect their operation, Holly corrected firmly. Don't take responsibility for their choices. Sheriff Webb had agreed to let the festival proceed after Elena's briefing, but with heightened security and undercover officers throughout the crowd. The decision felt surreal. Part community celebration, part criminal investigation, part potential trap. Across the square, the O'Sullivan family was setting up their pub's food booth with what looked like barely controlled chaos. Patrick O'Sullivan gestured emphatically while his wife Moira arranged supplies with sharp efficiency. Their ongoing argument about authentic Irish representation serving as cover for more urgent conversations. Not the point, Patrick! Moira's voice carried over the festival preparations. Tourists don't care about historical accuracy. They want shamrocks and leprechauns and green beer. Then we're selling our heritage for tourist dollars, Patrick shot back. My grandfather would roll over in his grave seeing what we've done to our culture. Your grandfather would roll over in his grave seeing our bank account if we don't make money during festival season, Moira replied with the kind of practical sharpness that ended arguments. Holly watched the exchange with new awareness, Elena's briefing having transformed her perception of community dynamics. How much of this argument was genuine cultural conflict, and how much was performance designed to deflect attention from financial crimes? They've been fighting about this for weeks, Sam observed, following Holly's gaze. Ever since the festival committee approved the vendor list. What's the real issue, do you think? Money, probably. It's always money. Sam's voice carried bitter experience. People fight about principles when they can't admit they're fighting about survival. Before Holly could respond, Bridget O'Malley approached from the direction of her gallery, her arms full of promotional materials for the art walk. Even from a distance, Holly could see the nervous energy in Bridget's movements, constantly checking over her shoulder, starting at unexpected sounds. "Bridget," Holly called out, "how's the gallery setup going?" "Fine, fine," Bridget replied, but her smile looked strained. Just some last-minute coordination issues. You know how it is. Holly didn't know how it was, actually. Bridget had organized gallery events before without this level of visible stress. Anything I can help with? Las. Bridget glanced around the square, her gaze lingering on the O'Sullivan booth before returning to Holly. Actually, could we talk privately? There's something I need to discuss about the art walk. They moved away from Sam's installation to a quiet corner near the community center. Bridget's hands shook slightly as she clutched her promotional materials. What's wrong? Holly asked. Those people I mentioned yesterday, the ones asking about digital artists, they came back to the gallery this morning. Bridget's voice was barely audible above the festival preparations. They weren't asking questions this time. They were making statements. Holly felt her pulse quicken. What kind of statements? They said they knew I'd been talking to investigators. They said continuing to cooperate would be inadvisable. Bridget's composure cracked slightly. Holly, I think they were threatening me. Did you call Sheriff Webb? They suggested that involving law enforcement would make things worse for everyone involved. Bridget looked around the square again with obvious paranoia. They implied that other people in town might face consequences if I caused problems. The scope of the intimidation made Holly's stomach clench. These weren't random criminals. They were organized, systematic, and willing to threaten an entire community to protect their operation. Bridget, you need to tell Webb about this immediately. These people killed Finn, and they're not going to stop with threats. But what if they're right? What if cooperating puts other people in danger? Bridget's fear was palpable. I keep thinking about Mrs. Chin's family, about the Murphys' grandchildren. What if my gallery problems become everyone's problems? Holly understood the fear, but she also understood the reality Elena had explained. These people are already targeting our community. Staying silent won't protect anyone. It'll just give them more time to eliminate witnesses and escape. Before Bridget could respond, Elena appeared at Holly's elbow with the purposeful stride that meant urgent information. Bridget, I need to ask you about your gallery's authentication records, Elena said without preamble. Specifically, any pieces involving blockchain verification or cryptocurrency payments. Bridget went pale. Why would you need? Because we've discovered that your gallery isn't the only local business involved in suspicious financial transactions, Elena continued. Someone has been systematically infiltrating Millbrook Falls businesses, using them to launder money through inflated art sales, restaurant transactions, and inventory purchases. Holly felt pieces clicking together with horrible clarity. How many businesses? At least 6 that we've identified so far. The O'Sullivan Pub, Morrison's Antique Shop, the Community Center's rental program. Elena's expression was grim. Probably more that we haven't uncovered yet. Are you saying half our town is involved in money laundering? Bridget's voice pitched higher with disbelief. I'm saying half your town is being used for money laundering. Probably without realizing it, Elena corrected. Small businesses offered unusually good deals on credit processing, equipment financing, inventory programs. They think they're getting legitimate business opportunities. The implications were staggering. Holly looked around the festival preparations with new eyes, seeing potential crime scenes instead of community celebration. Elena, she said quietly, if they're using the festival itself to move money, then today's celebration is perfect cover for a major financial operation. Cash transactions, multiple vendors, hundreds of people moving through the area. Elena's professional calm couldn't hide her concern. And if they're planning to eliminate Sam and anyone else who might expose them, they'll do it here, Holly finished, in front of hundreds of innocent people. Bridget clutched her promotional materials tighter. What do we do? Elena glanced around the square, noting the positions of Webb's undercover officers and the festival's security arrangements. We proceed as planned, but with maximum vigilance. Act normal, follow your schedules, but report anything unusual immediately. As Elena headed back toward the sheriff's coordination point, Holly caught sight of Sam near their art installation. They were standing very still, staring at something across the square with an expression of barely controlled panic. Following Sam's gaze, Holly saw a well-dressed couple browsing the vendor booths with the casual interest of typical festival goers. But something in their movement patterns, their systematic scanning of the crowd, reminded Holly of Elena's description of professional surveillance. Sam pulled out their phone and typed rapidly. A moment later, Holly's phone buzzed with a text. "Recognize them from Denver. They're not here for the festival." Holly's blood ran cold. The criminals weren't just planning to use the festival as cover. They were already here, moving through the crowd, positioning themselves for whatever came next. She looked around the square at families setting up booths, children running between the displays, elderly residents arriving early to claim the best viewing spots for performances. All these innocent people, completely unaware they were walking into what might become a crime scene. Holly pulled out her phone to alert Elena, then stopped. Across the square, Patrick O'Sullivan was watching her with an intensity that felt wrong for casual observation. When their eyes met, he looked away quickly, but not before Holly caught something in his expression that made her stomach turn. Recognition. And guilt. The festival preparations continued around her with cheerful normalcy, but Holly suddenly understood that the danger wasn't just coming from outside their community. It was already embedded within it, hiding behind familiar faces and trusted relationships. The celebration was less than 4 hours away, and Holly had no idea how many of her neighbors were allies, how many were victims, and how many might be enemies in disguise. Chapter 6. Emerald Isle Tragedy. Screaming pierced the festival morning, high and desperate enough to carry over the cheerful bustle of vendor setup. Holly dropped the banner she'd been hanging and ran toward the sound, her heart hammering against her ribs. Other volunteers followed, their festival preparations abandoned as the scream echoed again from the direction of Emerald Isle Gallery. The gallery's front door stood wide open, green glass wind chimes hanging motionless in the still air. Through the doorway, Holly could see overturned easels and scattered artwork, as if a storm had torn through the carefully arranged space. "Call 911!" Holly shouted to the volunteers gathering behind her, then stepped carefully into the gallery. The scene inside made her stomach lurch. Bridget O'Malley lay beneath a massive Celtic cross sculpture, her body twisted at an unnatural angle. The heavy stone piece, which had been mounted on the wall as part of the festival's Irish heritage display, now rested across Bridget's torso like a gravestone. Mrs. Chen stood in the corner, her face white with shock, one hand pressed to her mouth. "I was bringing flowers for the art walk," she whispered. "The door was open, and I heard a crash, and then I found her like this." Holly knelt beside Bridget's body, careful not to disturb the scene while checking for any sign of life. There was none. Bridget's eyes stared sightlessly at the gallery ceiling, and her skin already felt cool to the touch. "It must have fallen," Mrs. Chen continued, her voice shaking. "The mounting system must have failed. Oh, poor Bridget." But as Holly examined the scene more carefully, details began bothering her. The Celtic cross had been mounted high on the wall yesterday, well above head height. For it to fall and strike Bridget at this angle, she would have had to be standing directly underneath it. But there was no reason for her to be in that position during setup. More concerning were the shamrock art pieces scattered around the body. Small ceramic sculptures and painted canvases had been knocked from their displays, but not in a pattern consistent with the cross falling. Instead, they looked deliberately arranged, as if someone had positioned them to create a specific scene. Sheriff Webb arrived within minutes, his grim expression suggesting this was exactly the kind of emergency he'd been dreading since agreeing to let the festival proceed. "What happened?" he asked, surveying the gallery with professional efficiency. Mrs. Chen found her about 10 minutes ago, Holly reported. It looks like the Celtic cross sculpture fell from its wall mounting. Webb examined the mounting hardware still attached to the wall, noting the clean breaks in the support brackets. Hardware failure. These old buildings, festival decorations getting hung in a hurry, accidents waiting to happen. Holly bit back her immediate disagreement. Webb was treating this as an accident, which would mean a completely different investigative approach than if he suspected murder. But she couldn't ignore what her eyes were telling her about the scene. "Sheriff," she said carefully, "could I have a moment to look around before the coroner arrives? I noticed some things that might be relevant to our investigation." Webb's attention sharpened. "What kind of things?" "The positioning of the scattered artwork. The angle of the sculpture's fall. Some details that don't quite fit an accidental scenario." "You think this was deliberate?" Holly studied the Celtic cross again, noting how its weight and position would have required considerable strength to maneuver. "I think we should consider all possibilities before making assumptions." Webb nodded grimly. 5 minutes. Don't touch anything, just observe. Holly moved through the gallery systematically, using the investigative skills she'd developed over the past 2 years. The back office showed signs of hasty searching. File drawers pulled open, papers scattered on the desk. But, unlike a burglary, expensive items had been left untouched. Only specific documents seemed to be missing. "Elena needs to see this," Holly murmured, photographing the office with her phone before Webb could object. When she returned to the main gallery, Elena was already approaching with the purposeful stride that meant she'd heard the emergency call. "How bad?" Elena asked as she surveyed the scene. "Bridget's dead. Webb's treating it as an accident, but I don't think it was." Holly kept her voice low as Webb coordinated with the arriving coroner. "The killer took something from her office." Elena examined the Celtic cross's position and the scattered shamrock artwork with trained eyes. "This wasn't random. Look at how the body is positioned, how the decorative pieces were arranged. Someone staged this to look accidental." "Can you tell Webb that?" "I can, but he'll want evidence, not theories." Elena moved to the office area, studying the ransacked files. What was Bridget working on that someone would kill to suppress? Holly thought about their conversation earlier that morning, about Bridget's fear and the threats she'd received. She mentioned irregularities in her sales records. Pieces sold to collectors who never contacted her directly. Cryptocurrency transactions? Probably. "She got nervous when I suggested involving you in the financial analysis." Elena pulled out her phone and began photographing the office, focusing on the gaps in the filing system. "These aren't random missing files. Someone took everything related to authentication records, payment processing, and client communications." "The same pattern as Finn's murder?" "Exactly the same pattern. Professional killers cleaning up evidence trails." Elena's expression was grim as she studied the scene. "Holly, this confirms what I suspected about the scope of the operation. They're not just using local businesses for money laundering. They're eliminating anyone who might expose the network." Sheriff Webb approached, having finished his initial coordination with the coroner. "What's your assessment?" Elena showed him the photographs of the office. "This wasn't an accident, Sheriff. The killer used the festival setup as cover to murder Bridget and steal specific financial records. The same pattern we saw with Finn Donnelly." "You're saying we have a serial killer targeting people investigating art fraud?" "I'm saying we have a criminal organization eliminating witnesses who could expose a multi-million-dollar money laundering operation." Elena's federal training was evident in her systematic explanation. Bridget discovered financial irregularities in her gallery sales. Finn was tracking cryptocurrency patterns in art transactions. Both were killed before they could share their evidence with law enforcement. Webb studied the Celtic cross again, this time with suspicion rather than assumption of accident. If this was murder, the killer had to be strong enough to maneuver that sculpture. Or smart enough to use leverage and timing, Holly added. Bridget would have trusted someone she knew, a fellow business owner, a festival volunteer, someone with legitimate reasons to be in the gallery during setup. The implications hung heavy in the morning air. Holly looked out at the festival preparations continuing in the square, volunteers working cheerfully while completely unaware that a second murder had just occurred in their community. We need to search for Bridget's backup records, Elena said. If she was tracking financial irregularities, she would have kept copies somewhere safe. I'll coordinate with the coroner and process the scene officially, Webb replied. But, Elena, if this is connected to federal crimes, I need to know exactly what we're dealing with. Elena hesitated, then made a decision that Holly could see cost her. Sheriff, I need to brief you on some classified information. This case involves witness protection and organized crime activities that extend far beyond Millbrook Falls. As Elena began explaining the scope of the criminal network to Webb, Holly stepped outside the gallery to update the festival volunteers. The cheerful preparations felt surreal against the backdrop of Bridget's murder, but she knew the celebration couldn't be canceled without creating panic and potentially exposing Sam to greater danger. There's been an accident at the gallery, Holly announced to the gathered volunteers. Bridget O'Malley was injured, and the gallery will be closed for the art walk. We'll need to adjust our routes and vendor arrangements. She didn't mention that Bridget was dead or that the accident was actually murder. Those details would spread quickly enough through the community network. But for now, maintaining the festival schedule seemed like the safest approach for everyone involved. Sam approached from their art installation, their face pale with concern. Is Bridget okay? Holly met their eyes and shook her head slightly. Sam's expression shifted from concern to fear as they understood the implications. They're not stopping, Sam whispered. They're going to kill everyone who knows anything about the money laundering. Not if we stop them first, Holly replied with more confidence than she felt. But Sam, you need to stay close to crowds today. Don't go anywhere alone and trust no one you don't know personally. What about people I do know? How do we tell who's involved and who's just being used? Holly looked around the square at her neighbors and friends, people she'd trusted and worked alongside for 2 years. After Bridget's murder, she wasn't sure she knew the answer to that question anymore. The festival was set to begin in 3 hours, and somewhere among the vendors and volunteers, a killer was preparing for their next move. Chapter 7. The Art of Deception. Tension crackled through the sheriff's office like electricity before a storm. Holly sat across from Elena and Webb at the small conference table, Bridget's financial records spread between them like pieces of a deadly puzzle. Outside, the festival was set to begin in 2 hours, but the cheerful sounds of preparation felt surreal against the backdrop of murder and conspiracy. Show me what you found, Webb said, his usual skepticism replaced by grim acceptance that they were dealing with something far beyond typical small-town crime. Elena opened her laptop and displayed a complex web of financial transactions. Bridget's research exposed more than just her own gallery's irregularities. She'd been tracking patterns across multiple Millbrook Falls businesses over the past 6 months. Holly studied the screen, recognizing familiar names with growing horror. Morrison's Antique Shop, O'Sullivan's Pub, even the community center's rental program, all showing the same pattern, Elena confirmed. Inflated transactions, cryptocurrency payments, buyers who never take possession of purchases. Classic money laundering using legitimate businesses as fronts. Webb leaned forward, his expression darkening. You're telling me half our Main Street is involved in organized crime? I'm telling you half your Main Street is being used by organized crime, Elena corrected. Most of these business owners probably have no idea what's happening. They're offered attractive deals on credit processing, equipment leasing, inventory financing, things that seem like legitimate business opportunities. Holly thought about Patrick O'Sullivan's heated arguments about festival representation, seeing them in a new light. The family feuds, the arguments about authentic Irish heritage, was that all performance? Probably. Nothing deflects attention from financial crimes like loud public disputes about cultural issues. Elena pulled up another screen showing transaction timelines. Look at this pattern. Every time there's been community drama or public arguments, there's been a spike in suspicious financial activity. They use our own social dynamics against us, Holly realized, feeling sick. Turn our neighbors into unwitting accomplices while we're distracted by manufactured conflicts. Webb was studying the financial data with the focused intensity of someone trying to understand an enemy's strategy. What about the murders? How do Finn and Bridget fit into this? They were the variables the criminals couldn't control, Elena explained. Finn was investigating art theft patterns that led him to cryptocurrency money laundering. Bridget discovered irregularities in her own sales and started asking questions. Both were getting close to exposing the network. And Sam? Elena hesitated, then made a decision that Holly could see cost her. Sam is the key to understanding how the whole operation works. The authentication software they created has been modified to facilitate untraceable money laundering through art sales. The criminals need Sam eliminated to prevent anyone from understanding their methods. Before Webb could ask follow-up questions, his radio crackled with urgent communication from one of his undercover officers at the festival. "Sheriff, we've got eyes on 2 subjects matching the description of the suspects from Bridget's gallery. Well-dressed couple, silver-haired woman, tall man with glasses. They're moving through the vendor area with purpose, not like typical festival goers." Holly felt her pulse spike. "They're already here." "All units maintain surveillance. Do not approach," Webb responded into the radio, then to Elena. "How dangerous are these people?" "Extremely. They've killed at least 3 people that we know of, and they're not going to hesitate to eliminate witnesses in a crowd if they feel cornered." Elena was already packing up her laptop. "We need to coordinate protection for Sam and evacuation plans for civilians." "Evacuation?" Webb's eyebrows rose. "You want me to shut down the festival?" "I want you to be prepared to shut it down if things go wrong. But canceling now might actually increase the danger. It would signal that we're onto them and force their hand before we're ready." Holly thought about the hundreds of families gathering in the town square, children excited about performances and activities, elderly residents claiming prime viewing spots. How do we protect innocent people without causing panic? "Carefully," Elena replied grimly, "and with backup plans for everything." Webb's radio crackled again. "Sheriff, the suspects just approached Sam's art installation. They're examining the equipment closely, and Sam appears to be in distress." Holly was on her feet before anyone could stop her. "I'm going out there." "Holly, wait," Elena began. "Sam needs someone they trust nearby. If these people are planning something, I'm not letting them face it alone." Holly was already moving toward the door. "Besides, I blend into the festival crowd better than law enforcement backup." Webb considered this, then nodded reluctantly. "Stay in radio contact. Any sign of immediate danger, you get civilians away from the area and call for backup." Holly clipped a small radio to her belt and headed toward the festival, her mind racing through everything Elena had revealed. The scope of the criminal network was staggering. Not just art theft or simple fraud, but a sophisticated operation using her entire community as an unwitting front for money laundering. The town square was filling with early festival goers, families claiming spots near the stage, and vendors doing final preparations for the official opening. The atmosphere should have been joyful, but Holly found herself scanning faces for threats, wondering which of her neighbors might be innocent victims and which might be willing accomplices. She spotted Sam near their art installation, talking to the well-dressed couple Elena's officers had identified. Even from a distance, Holly could see the tension in Sam's posture. The way they held themselves suggested fight or flight responses barely held in check. Moving closer while pretending to browse vendor booths, Holly could hear fragments of the conversation. "Remarkable technical achievement," the silver-haired woman was saying, her voice carrying cultured authority. "The authentication protocols are exactly what we've been looking for." "It's just art," Sam replied, but their voice carried an edge of fear. "Digital display programming, nothing special." "Oh, I think we both know it's much more than that," the tall man said with quiet menace. "The blockchain integration, the cryptocurrency verification systems, quite sophisticated for just art." Holly felt ice forming in her stomach. These people weren't just reconnaissance. They were confirming Sam's identity and technical capabilities before making their move. She pulled out her phone and texted Sam. "Don't react. These are the people from Denver. I'm here with backup. Keep them talking." Sam's phone buzzed, and Holly saw them glance at the message without changing expression. Good. Sam understood they weren't alone. "I'm afraid I don't know what you're talking about," Sam said more confidently. "If you're interested in purchasing art, I can give you information about my pricing and availability." The woman's smile turned predatory. "Oh, we're very interested in acquiring your work. In fact, we'd like to discuss an exclusive arrangement. Perhaps somewhere more private?" Holly's radio crackled softly with Webb's voice. "All units, suspects are attempting to isolate the target. Be ready to move on my signal." But before anyone could act, Sam made a decision that changed everything. "Actually," Sam said loudly enough for nearby festival goers to hear, "I'm just about to give a demonstration of the art installation for everyone. Why don't you stay and watch? It's quite impressive when you see how all the pieces connect." Holly realized what Sam was doing, using the festival crowd as protection while potentially exposing evidence about the money laundering operation. It was brilliant and terrifying in equal measure. The woman's expression hardened. "I don't think that's necessary." "Oh, but it is," Sam interrupted, powering up their installation with dramatic flair. "You see, this piece isn't just about pretty patterns. It's about tracking digital fingerprints, following transaction trails, and exposing hidden connections." As the screens came to life with swirling Celtic patterns, Holly caught glimpses of data structures embedded in the artistic display. Cryptocurrency wallet addresses, transaction timestamps, authentication signatures. Sam wasn't just creating art. They were building evidence. The tall man's hand moved toward his jacket, and Holly spoke into her radio with urgent calm. "Webb, they're about to make their move. Sam's exposing evidence through the art installation, and the suspects are getting desperate." Around them, festival goers were gathering to watch Sam's demonstration, completely unaware they were witnessing the climax of a federal money laundering investigation. Holly positioned herself to shield children from potential violence while keeping the criminals in sight. The next few minutes would determine whether Millbrook Falls' celebration became a triumph of justice or a tragedy of violence, and Holly was determined to protect her community regardless of the cost. Chapter 8. Digital Trails and Family Trees. Books lined the walls of Page and Plot like silent witnesses to centuries of human stories. Holly sat at Jasper's research table in the back of the bookstore, surrounded by laptops, historical documents, and the kind of methodical chaos that came with trying to solve a puzzle where half the pieces were hidden and the other half might be lies. "Show me what you found," she said as Jasper spread genealogical charts across the table between them. "I started with the O'Sullivan family, since Patrick's behavior yesterday seemed off." Jasper pointed to a complex family tree spanning 5 generations. Margaret Fitzgerald married into the O'Sullivan family in 1943. Before that, she worked as a secretary for several local businesses, including Theodore Ashton's law practice. Holly felt pieces clicking together. Theodore Ashton, the lawyer Elena mentioned in connection with historical financial crimes? The same one. And look at this. Jasper pulled up another chart showing interconnected family relationships. The Morrison family, the O'Malleys, the Murphys, All the families involved in current suspicious businesses have ancestors who were connected to Ashton's practice in the 1920s and 30s. Elena looked up from her laptop, where she'd been analyzing cryptocurrency transaction patterns. Historical money laundering operations? More than that, Jasper said grimly. I found newspaper archives documenting a series of suspicious deaths in the 1930s. Business owners who were investigating financial irregularities. Accountants who asked too many questions. Even a bank examiner who was getting close to exposing something. Holly studied the newspaper clippings Jasper had copied, noting the pattern of accidents and sudden illnesses that had eliminated potential witnesses. The same families involved then are involved now? Their descendants, yes. But here's what's interesting. Not all of them are willing participants. Jasper pointed to financial records Elena had compiled. Look at these transaction patterns. Some businesses show signs of coercion rather than cooperation. Elena expanded her data display to include both historical and modern financial flows. You're right. The Morrison Antique Shop, for instance, their transactions show sudden spikes followed by immediate transfers out. That's consistent with forced money laundering rather than voluntary participation. Blackmail, Holly realized. Someone's using the historical evidence of their ancestors' crimes to force current family members to participate. That would explain the fear I've been seeing in some of the business owners, Elena added. They're not criminals by choice. They're victims being coerced into criminal activity. Sam appeared from the front of the bookstore, where they'd been nervously monitoring the street through the windows. You need to see this, they said, carrying their laptop. I've been analyzing the technical modifications to my authentication software, and I found something disturbing. They set their laptop on the table and displayed a complex flowchart showing how their original Hart authentication code had been modified. My software was designed to create unique digital signatures for individual pieces. But look at how they've changed it. Holly studied the screen, recognizing some elements from her crash course in cryptocurrency tracking. They've turned it into a transaction verification system? Worse than that. They've created a network that can launder money through multiple small towns simultaneously, using my authentication protocols to make every transaction look legitimate. Sam's voice carried bitter guilt. Each town becomes a node in a larger network, processing dirty money through legitimate businesses while creating perfect digital alibis. Elena leaned forward, her FBI training evident in how quickly she grasped the implications. How many towns? Based on the network architecture? At least a dozen across Colorado, Wyoming, and Utah. Small mountain communities with limited law enforcement resources and business communities that trust each other. Sam's expression was haunted. They've built a criminal empire using my code as the foundation. Jasper had been quietly researching while they talked. Now he looked up with disturbing news. The historical pattern supports this. I found records of similar suspicious activities in other mountain towns during the 1930s. Different locations, but the same basic structure. Local businesses forced to participate in financial crimes through a combination of blackmail and intimidation. Multi-generational organized crime, Holly said, the scope of it making her stomach turn. They've been perfecting this system for nearly a century. Elena's phone buzzed with a message from Sheriff Webb. She read it and went pale. The couple from the festival, they've disappeared. Webb's officers lost them in the crowd and no one's seen them since Sam's demonstration. They're regrouping, Sam said immediately, planning their next move. Or they're already making it, Holly replied, thinking about the festival still in progress just blocks away. Elena, how do we protect innocent people from something this sophisticated? Elena was already pulling up communication apps on her laptop. We need federal backup, and we need it now. This is beyond local law enforcement capabilities. Will federal agents believe us? Jasper asked. We're talking about organized crime spanning multiple states and nearly a century. They'll believe the evidence, Elena said with confidence. But it'll take time to mobilize resources and coordinate jurisdictions. Time we might not have. Holly thought about the families enjoying the festival, about business owners like Bridget who'd been killed for asking questions, about the scope of fear and coercion that had apparently shaped her community for generations. Then we need to move faster than they expect, she decided. What if we don't wait for federal backup? What if we use their own system against them? Talk. How? Sam asked. You understand how their modified network operates, right? The authentication protocols, the transaction verification, all of it? Yes, but... And Elena? You understand the financial patterns, the legal vulnerabilities, how to build evidence that will stand up in court? Yes, but Holly, what are you thinking? Holly looked around the table at her team. A brilliant technical expert, a former FBI agent, and a historian who understood the deep roots of the problem they were facing. I'm thinking we don't just catch these people. We dismantle their entire network. All of it. The historical blackmail, the modern money laundering, the coercion of innocent families. Everything. Jasper raised an eyebrow. That's ambitious. And dangerous. So is letting them continue to operate. They've killed 2 people just this week, and they're not going to stop. Holly felt determination settling into her bones like steel. Besides, we have advantages they don't expect. Which are? They think Sam is just a scared witness. They think Elena is just a former federal agent. They think I'm just a small-town business owner who stumbled into their operation. Holly's smile felt sharp as a blade. They have no idea what Hart, Holloway, and Rodriguez Consulting is really capable of when we work together. Elena's expression shifted from concern to something that looked like predatory satisfaction. You want to take them down completely. I want to make sure they never hurt another person in another small town ever again, Holly corrected. And I want to do it in a way that frees all the families they've been coercing for decades. Sam's laptop chimed with an incoming message that made them go rigid with fear. Holly, they said quietly, we might need to accelerate our timeline. What is it? Sam turned their screen so everyone could see the message. Festival closing ceremony in 1 hour. Perfect time for loose ends to be tied up permanently. Enjoy the fireworks. The threat was clear, professional, and immediate. Holly felt ice forming in her veins as she realized the criminals weren't regrouping. They were preparing for a final, violent solution to all their problems. Change of plans, she said, standing and reaching for her phone. We're not dismantling their network over weeks or months. We're doing it tonight, during the festival, with hundreds of witnesses and media present. Holly, Elena said carefully, that's extremely dangerous. So is letting them escape to start over somewhere else. Holly was already dialing Sheriff Webb's number. Besides, they just made a crucial mistake. Which was, they threatened us directly. Now it's not just about justice. It's personal. As Holly began coordinating with Webb for emergency federal support, she felt the familiar surge of determination that had driven her through every case they'd solved together. This one was bigger, more dangerous, and more complex than anything they'd faced before. But it was also the most important. And Holly intended to make sure it was the last time these criminals terrorized innocent communities. The festival fireworks were going to provide cover for more than just entertainment tonight. Chapter 9. Festival Revelations. Music drifted across the town square from the main stage, where a Celtic band was warming up for their afternoon performance. Holly moved through the festival crowd with practiced casualness, but her attention was razor-focused on the patterns she was beginning to recognize among the vendors and visitors. What had looked like community celebration an hour ago now felt like an elaborate stage set for something far more dangerous. "Testing, testing," the lead singer called into the microphone, his voice echoing off the surrounding buildings. "Can everyone hear me okay?" A cheer went up from the gathering crowd, families claiming spots on blankets, while children ran between the vendor booths with the kind of unbridled joy that only came with community celebrations. But Holly wasn't watching the children. She was tracking the unusual number of well-dressed couples who seemed more interested in photographing booth layouts than enjoying the festivities. Her radio crackled softly with Elena's voice. "Holly, position report. Northwest corner of the square, near the Murphy family's jewelry booth," Holly replied quietly, pretending to examine handcrafted Celtic knots while speaking. "I count at least 6 suspicious individuals moving through the vendor area with purpose, not pleasure." "Confirmed. Webb's officers are tracking 3 separate teens conducting what appears to be systematic surveillance of festival operations." Holly paused at a booth selling traditional Irish foods, accepting a sample of soda bread from Mrs. Murphy while studying the cash transaction happening at the O'Sullivan pub tent 30 feet away. Patrick O'Sullivan was accepting an unusually large payment from a customer who seemed far more interested in the transaction receipt than the food he'd purchased. "Elena," Holly said into her radio, "the money laundering is happening in real time. I'm watching inflated cash transactions at multiple vendor booths." "Which vendors?" Topped. Holly moved casually through the crowd, noting patterns that would have seemed innocent without Elena's briefing about the financial crimes. O'Sullivan's pub tent, Morrison's antique display, even the community center's raffle booth. Large cash payments for small purchases, with detailed receipts being provided. "They're washing money through the festival itself," Elena's voice carried grim understanding. "Perfect cover. Hundreds of cash transactions, tourists paying premium prices for authentic experiences. No one questioning why someone might spend $50 on $10 worth of food." Holly approached Sam's art installation, where a small crowd had gathered to watch the evolving Celtic patterns on the digital screens. Sam was explaining the technical aspects of their work with enthusiasm that didn't quite hide their underlying tension. "The piece responds to sound and movement in real time," Sam was saying to the gathered audience. "Every conversation, every footstep, every laugh becomes part of the pattern. Nothing can be duplicated or faked." Holly recognized several festival-goers in the crowd, but also noticed the silver-haired woman from earlier positioning herself for a clear view of Sam's demonstration. The woman's companion, the tall man with expensive glasses, was photographing the installation's technical components with professional thoroughness. Her phone buzzed with a text from Sam. "The patterns on my screens are showing transaction data. Someone's hacked my installation to display evidence." Holly looked more closely at the swirling Celtic designs and realized that embedded within the artistic patterns were strings of numbers and codes, cryptocurrency wallet addresses, transaction timestamps, authentication signatures. Sam's art wasn't just beautiful, it was actively exposing the money laundering network. "Sam," Holly said quietly, moving closer to the installation, "do you have control over what's being displayed?" "No," Sam replied, without breaking their explanation to the crowd. "Someone else is feeding data into the system remotely. They're using my own software to expose the financial crimes." Before Holly could respond, her radio crackled with urgent communication from Webb. "All units, we have a situation developing. Multiple suspects are converging on the main square, and we're picking up radio chatter about cleaning up loose ends before the closing ceremony." Holly felt her pulse spike as she scanned the crowd with new urgency. The festival's closing ceremony was scheduled for sunset, less than 2 hours away. If the criminals were planning to eliminate witnesses during the fireworks display, they were running out of time to stop them. "Elena," she said into her radio, "I think we need to evacuate." Her words were cut off by a commotion near the O'Sullivan pub tent. Patrick O'Sullivan was arguing loudly with a festival goer, his voice carrying across the square with unusual aggression. "Told you we're done with this arrangement," Patrick was saying. "I won't let you involve my family in your problems anymore." The man he was arguing with, Holly recognized him as one of the suspicious couples from earlier, replied with calm menace. "Your family has been part of this for 3 generations, Patrick. You don't get to walk away just because you've developed a conscience." Holly moved closer, using the crowd as cover while recording the conversation on her phone. Other festival goers were beginning to notice the argument, their cheerful mood shifting to concern as the confrontation escalated. "My grandfather made mistakes," Patrick continued, his fear obvious despite his defiant words. "That doesn't mean I have to keep paying for them." "Actually, it does," the man replied. "Unless you want your wife and children to face the same consequences as Finn Donnelly and Bridget O'Malley." The direct threat sent ice through Holly's veins. This wasn't just about money laundering. It was about murder. And the criminals were making threats against innocent families in front of hundreds of witnesses. She spoke urgently into her radio. "Webb, we have a direct threat situation at the O'Sullivan booth. Suspects are threatening civilians." "Copy that. Moving to intercept." But before law enforcement could respond, Sam made a decision that changed everything. They stepped away from their art installation and addressed the crowd in a voice loud enough to carry across the entire square. "Ladies and gentlemen, I need your attention. What you're witnessing here today isn't just a community celebration. It's the exposure of a criminal organization that has been terrorizing small communities for decades." The festival crowd turned toward Sam with confused curiosity, but Holly could see the criminals throughout the square suddenly shifting to high alert. Several well-dressed couples began moving purposefully toward the exits, while others closed in on Sam's position. "The patterns you see on these screens," Sam continued, gesturing to their art installation, "represent cryptocurrency transactions used to launder money through legitimate businesses and communities like yours. The same organization responsible for recent murders in Millbrook Falls." Holly realized what Sam was doing, using the festival crowd as protection while exposing the entire criminal network in the most public way possible. It was brilliant and terrifying in equal measure. The silver-haired woman near the installation had stopped pretending to be a casual observer. Her hand moved toward her jacket as she spoke into a concealed radio device. "Webb," Holly said urgently into her radio, "Sam's blowing the whole operation. The suspects are moving to eliminate them, and we have hundreds of civilians in the line of fire. All units converge on the main square. Protective formation around the art installation." But Holly could already see it was going to be too late. The criminals had been prepared for this scenario, and they were moving with professional coordination to contain the situation. The cheerful festival atmosphere was about to become a crime scene, and Holly was the only person close enough to Sam to provide immediate protection. She pushed through the crowd toward the art installation, her heart hammering as she realized that the next few minutes would determine whether Millbrook Falls' celebration became a triumph of justice or a tragedy of violence. Around them, families continued enjoying the festival, completely unaware that they were about to witness the climax of a federal money laundering investigation. And Holly was determined to make sure they remained safe, regardless of the cost. Chapter 10. The O'Sullivan Connection. The rain had finally stopped, leaving the festival grounds damp and gleaming under the string lights Elena and Sam had helped reposition that morning. Holly stood outside O'Sullivan's Irish pub, watching the warm glow spill from its windows, while festival volunteers moved between vendor stalls, making final adjustments for tomorrow's grand opening. The pub should have felt welcoming. It had been Millbrook Falls' heart for 3 generations. But something about tonight felt wrong. She'd come here to check on the festival's beverage logistics, but really, she needed space to think. Elena's revelation about Sam's true identity still reverberated through her mind. A witness in hiding. The tracking software the criminals now used. the art thefts connected to Elena's old case. Every new piece of information made the picture darker and more complex. Through the pub's front window, she could see Declan O'Sullivan behind the bar, polishing glasses with methodical precision. His wife Siobhan emerged from the kitchen carrying a tray of what looked like traditional Irish soda bread samples for tomorrow's festival visitors. Their daughter Niamh counted cash at the register, normal evening routines in what appeared to be a normal family business. Holly pulled out her phone and scrolled through the notes she'd made about the money laundering investigation. Elena had mentioned inflated transactions, cash-heavy businesses, and the need for legitimate fronts. She thought about the heated discussions she'd witnessed between the O'Sullivan family members about authentic Irish representation versus commercial appeal. At the time, it had seemed like typical festival politics. Now? The pub's door chimed as a customer left, and Holly caught a snippet of conversation from inside. "Delivery tomorrow during the lunch rush," Declan was saying to someone. "Same arrangement as last month's festival. Cash only, right?" The voice belonged to a man Holly didn't recognize. Middle-aged, wearing an expensive jacket that seemed out of place in Millbrook Falls. "Always," Siobhan replied. "Better for everyone that way." Holly moved closer to the window, pretending to read the festival schedule posted there. The stranger pulled out a thick envelope and placed it on the bar. Declan palmed it smoothly, the motion practiced and quick. Neither of them seemed concerned about the exchange happening in full view of the dining room. Her breath caught. Elena had mentioned that money laundering operations often used festivals and tourist seasons as cover for moving large amounts of cash. High-volume, legitimate transactions provided perfect camouflage for cleaning dirty money. The family arguments about authentic representation suddenly took on a different meaning. What if the debates weren't really about cultural integrity at all? What if they were carefully orchestrated performances designed to distract from other activities, to make anyone watching focus on loud, public family drama instead of subtle financial transactions? Holly's phone buzzed with a text from Elena. "Found something about the anonymous tips to Webb. Can you meet me at the office?" She started to reply, then noticed movement in the pub's back room. Through a partially open door, she could see boxes stacked floor to ceiling, far more inventory than a small-town pub would need for a weekend festival. Niamh carried another box from the storage area, and Holly caught sight of the label. Premium whiskey from a distillery Elena had mentioned in connection with one of the Pine Ridge galleries. The same distillery that had been selling overpriced bottles to galleries using cryptocurrency. Holly typed back quickly. "On my way. Think I found the local connection." As she walked toward the consulting office, her mind raced through the implications. The O'Sullivans weren't just coincidentally connected to the money laundering network, they were actively participating in it. Their pub provided the perfect front, a cash-heavy business with seasonal spikes in revenue during festivals and tourist events. The family drama served as misdirection, keeping the community focused on their public disputes while private transactions happened under everyone's noses. The historic building that housed Hart, Holloway, and Rodriguez Consulting felt different at night. Shadows gathering in corners that seemed perfectly innocent during daylight hours. Holly found Elena pacing the main office, laptop open on the conference table beside stacks of printed financial documents. "Tell me what you found first," Elena said without preamble. "I need to know if my discovery matches yours." Holly described what she'd witnessed at O'Sullivan's. The cash envelope, the inventory levels, the stranger with expensive taste and casual cash preferences. Elena nodded grimly, then turned her laptop screen toward Holly. "The anonymous tips to Sheriff Webb," Elena said. "They've been coming from someone with detailed knowledge of both the investigation and the criminal operation. Someone who knows exactly what Webb needs to hear to keep him focused on the wrong suspects." The screen showed a series of time-stamped comparisons, anonymous tips arriving within hours of specific developments in their investigation, always containing just enough accurate information to be credible, but steering Webb away from the real financial crimes. "Someone's been watching us," Holly realized. feeding Webb information designed to protect the money laundering operation.
More than that.
Elena pulled up another document. Look at the timing of these tips compared to O'Sullivan's pub sales records that I managed to access through the festival vendor payment system. Holly studied the data, and the pattern emerged like a photograph developing. Every anonymous tip coincided with major cash deposits at O'Sullivan's. Someone was using the investigation itself as cover for moving money, timing the largest transactions to happen when Sheriff Webb's attention was deliberately focused elsewhere. They're not just participating in money laundering, Holly said slowly. They're manipulating the investigation to protect their operations. Elena nodded. And there's something else. Sam recognized someone at the festival this afternoon. Someone from their old life who could identify them to the criminal network. The pieces were falling into place with sickening clarity. The O'Sullivan family wasn't just providing a front for money laundering. They were actively coordinating with the criminals to protect the operation. Their public arguments provided cover. Their anonymous tips misdirected law enforcement. And their pub served as a central hub for financial transactions.
We need to warn Sam, Holly said.
Already tried. They're not answering their phone. Elena's voice carried the tension of someone trained to expect the worst. Holly, if the criminals know Sam's location, if they've identified them,
they'll eliminate the threat.
Holly finished the thought Elena couldn't voice. Tonight, while everyone's distracted by festival preparations. Outside, the string lights continued their cheerful glow. And volunteers made final preparations for tomorrow's St. Patrick's Day celebration. But the festive atmosphere felt hollow now, contaminated by the knowledge that the community's trusted gathering place had been used as a front for crime. Holly grabbed her jacket. Where would Sam go if they felt threatened? Somewhere with good sight lines and multiple exit routes, Elena said automatically, her FBI training showing. Somewhere they could observe potential threats without being cornered. The art installation. Holly was already moving toward the door. Sam knows every inch of that setup, all the technical specifications, the sight lines around the town square. They left the office together, walking quickly through streets that felt different now. Not safe and familiar, but potentially hostile. Every shadow could hide a threat. Every late-night stroller could be something more dangerous than a restless resident. The town square opened before them, empty except for Sam's digital art installation glowing against the darkness. The display cycled through images of Irish landscapes and cultural symbols, beautiful and peaceful. Too peaceful. "Sam!" Holly called softly. No response. The installation continued its programmed cycle, but something felt wrong about the sequencing. Holly approached the control panel, remembering how proudly Sam had explained the technology just days earlier. "Elena," she said, studying the display, "this isn't the program Sam showed us. Someone's modified it." Elena joined her at the control panel. "Can you tell what's different?" Holly concentrated, trying to recall the original sequence. The timing's off. And these images... She pointed to a section of the display, showing financial data disguised as artistic pattern work. These weren't part of Sam's original design. "That's not art," Elena breathed, recognizing the significance immediately. "That's evidence. Someone's hidden transaction records in the display programming." Sam must have discovered it, Holly realized. That's why they're not answering their phone. They found proof of the money laundering operation and went into hiding. The sound of footsteps on gravel made them both freeze. Declan O'Sullivan emerged from the shadows, and Holly's heart sank as she realized they'd been right about everything, and that their investigation had just become much more dangerous. "I was hoping you'd stay focused on the Pine Ridge case," Declan said conversationally, as if they'd met by chance rather than him tracking them to the town square. Simpler for everyone. Elena stepped slightly forward, positioning herself between Holly and Declan. "Where's Sam?" "Safe, for now." Declan's smile didn't reach his eyes. Though that depends entirely on how reasonable you're both willing to be. Holly's mind raced. Sam was alive, but captured. The O'Sullivans were definitely involved in the money laundering. And she and Elena were now in immediate danger in the middle of Millbrook Falls' supposedly safe town square. "The festival will go on as planned tomorrow," Declan continued, "and you'll both discover that sometimes the truth is less important than keeping the community stable. Some secrets are worth protecting." The protecting? Holly found her voice despite the fear coursing through her. "You've been lying to this community for months, using their trust to cover financial crimes?" "I've been providing for my family and supporting local businesses," Declan replied. "The money flows through. Everyone benefits. No one gets hurt. It's a perfect arrangement until people start asking unnecessary questions." "Tob?" Elena's posture suggested she was calculating distances and escape routes. The anonymous tips to Sheriff Webb. "That was you." "Community service," Declan said. "Making sure law enforcement focuses on productive areas of investigation, rather than wasting time on local business partnerships." The casual way he spoke about manipulating the police investigation sent ice through Holly's veins. This wasn't opportunistic crime. It was systematic, coordinated, and deeply embedded in Millbrook Falls' community structure. "Where is Sam?" Elena repeated, her voice carrying the authority of her FBI training. "Somewhere they can't cause any more problems for hard-working families," Declan replied. "And somewhere you'll join them if you can't see reason." Holly's phone was in her jacket pocket, but she didn't dare reach for it. Elena seemed to be assessing their options, probably running through scenarios for subduing Declan or creating enough distraction to escape. But Holly realized something Elena might not have considered. "The evidence is already uploaded," she said, hoping her bluff sounded convincing. "We sent everything to federal authorities before coming here tonight." Declan's smile faltered slightly. "No, you didn't. We've been monitoring your communications. Nothing's been transmitted outside of Millbrook Falls." The casual admission that they'd been under surveillance made Holly's blood run cold. How long had the O'Sullivans been watching them? How much did they know about the investigation? "Sam modified the art installation to create a permanent record," Elena said, picking up Holly's bluff and running with it. "Even if you eliminate us, the evidence remains visible to anyone who knows how to read it." "Which is why Sam won't be returning to explain the programming," Declan replied. "And why that installation will be replaced with something more traditional for tomorrow's festival." The implication was clear. Sam would disappear, the evidence would be destroyed, and the money laundering operation would continue under the cover of Millbrook Falls' normal community activities. Holly thought about all the times she'd felt grateful for finding a safe place to build her new life, the community trust she'd worked so hard to earn, the friendships that had grown into chosen family. All of it compromised by the realization that even small towns could harbor complex criminal operations. "People will notice if we disappear," she said. "You won't disappear," Declan assured her. "You'll simply decide that the Pine Ridge case is too complex for a small consulting business. You'll recommend that Elena return to federal service where her skills are better utilized. Very reasonable career decisions." "And Sam?" "Like that, we'll discover that small-town life isn't the peaceful sanctuary they hoped for. They'll move on to somewhere with better opportunities for artists." The plan was logical, carefully thought out, and probably would have worked if they'd approached it from any other angle. But Declan had made one crucial mistake. He'd assumed that Holly and Elena would prioritize their personal safety over protecting Sam and stopping the criminal operation. He'd underestimated the bonds they'd formed and the commitment they'd made to their community and each other. Elena caught Holly's eye and nodded almost imperceptibly. They were going to fight. "One problem with your plan," Holly said, shifting her weight slightly. "You're assuming we're the kind of people who abandon our friends." "And you're assuming," Elena added, her hand moving toward her jacket, "that former FBI agents don't carry backup communication devices." Declan's expression changed from confident to wary. "You're bluffing."
"We'll let you wonder about that," Holly replied, then raised her voice in the direction of the art installation. "Sam, if you can hear me, activate the emergency broadcast protocol." Nothing happened for a moment.
Then the art installation's display shifted, cycling rapidly through images and data that even Holly could recognize as financial transaction records. Not Sam's original program, not the criminal's modification, but something new. A automatic evidence dump programmed to activate on voice command.
Declan lunged toward the control panel, but Elena intercepted him with the kind of efficient takedown that spoke of extensive law enforcement training. Holly ran toward the installation, hoping Sam had actually programmed an emergency protocol and wasn't just trusting to luck. Her phone buzzed with incoming messages, not from Sam, but from multiple contacts as the installation's emergency broadcast began transmitting evidence to every device connected to the festival's public Wi-Fi network. Sheriff Webb would be getting the financial records. Federal authorities would be receiving cryptocurrency transaction data. And everyone in Millbrook Falls with a cell phone would be seeing proof that their trusted pub had been used as a front for money laundering. The truth was out, irrevocably and publicly. No cover story would explain away the evidence now cascading through the community's communication networks. Elena had Declan subdued, but was scanning the area for additional threats. "Where's Sam?" she demanded. "The pub's basement," Declan said, his earlier confidence completely gone. "Storage room, behind the kitchen." Holly was already running toward O'Sullivan's Irish pub, her phone's flashlight cutting through the darkness as she tried to process everything that had happened. The family she'd thought was arguing about cultural authenticity had been coordinating a criminal enterprise. The community trust she'd worked so hard to earn had been compromised by systematic deception. And Sam, who'd already been hiding from one criminal organization, had been captured by another. But as she reached the pub and heard Elena radioing Sheriff Webb with their location, Holly realized something important. The truth was stronger than the deception. The community's real bonds would survive the revelation of false ones, and their chosen family would protect each other, no matter how deep the conspiracy went. She just had to find Sam before the O'Sullivans decided that eliminating witnesses was their only remaining option. The pub's back door was unlocked, as if the family had left in a hurry. Holly pushed inside, following the sound of muffled voices toward the basement stairs. Behind her, she could hear sirens approaching, Webb responding to Elena's call, with backup that would finally outnumber the criminals. Tomorrow's St. Patrick's Day festival would happen, but it would be a very different celebration than anyone had planned. It would be a community reckoning with hard truths and the beginning of genuine healing rather than false prosperity. Holly descended into the basement, ready to bring Sam home and help her chosen family process the betrayal they'd all discovered together. Chapter 11. Closing the net. Dawn came too early, painting the sky in shades of gray that matched Holly's mood as she sat in Sheriff Webb's office, watching Elena pace between the filing cabinets and the coffee machine. The overnight revelations about the O'Sullivan family had shifted everything. What they'd thought was a local art theft investigation had exploded into a multi-state money laundering operation with tentacles reaching deep into Millbrook Falls' trusted institutions. Webb leaned back in his chair, phone pressed to his ear, coordinating with what sounded like the fourth federal agency of the morning. "Yes, I understand the jurisdiction issues," he was saying, his patience clearly wearing thin. "But we have civilians in immediate danger and a festival starting in 6 hours. Elena stopped pacing and turned toward Holly. "We need to tell him everything. About Sam, about my background,
about what we're really dealing with here. The weight of that decision settled on Holly's shoulders. Once Elena revealed her FBI connection and Sam's witness protection status, there would be no controlling the information flow. Federal authorities would take over, protocols would kick in, and their small-town investigation would become something much larger and more dangerous. How much time do we have before the criminals realize we've blown their operation? Holly asked. They already know, Elena replied grimly. The evidence broadcast from Sam's art installation went to every device in town. By now, anyone connected to the money laundering network understands that their cover is blown. Webb finished his call and looked at them both expectantly. Federal agents are en route, but they won't arrive until this afternoon. Meanwhile, I've got a town full of people expecting a St. Patrick's Day festival, and you two are telling me we have an active criminal operation that includes some of our most respected business owners. Elena took a deep breath. Sheriff, there's something you need to know about Sam Reeves and my background with the FBI. For the next 20 minutes, Elena laid out the truth about her witness protection assignment, Sam's identity as a key witness in a massive cryptocurrency investigation, and the connections between their old case and the current money laundering operation. Webb listened without interruption, his expression growing more serious with each revelation. So Sam created the tracking software these criminals are now using to launder money through art sales, Webb summarized when Elena finished. And you've been protecting them while investigating crimes connected to your original case. That's the situation, Elena confirmed. And now the criminals know Sam's location. They'll move to eliminate both of us before federal authorities can coordinate a proper response. Holly's phone buzzed with a text from Jasper. Found Sam safe at my place. They climbed out basement window before O'Sullivan's could move them. Meet us at the bookstore? Relief flooded through her as she showed the message to Elena and Webb. Sam's okay. Jasper has them at the bookstore. For now, Elena said. But the criminals know they're on borrowed time. They'll make their move during the festival when they have maximum cover for violence and chaos. Webb stood and walked to his office window, which provided a clear view of the town square where festival volunteers were setting up vendor booths and decorating the bandstand. Normal people preparing for a normal celebration, unaware that their community had become the center of a federal investigation. The closing ceremony, he said slowly. Tonight's fireworks display. Maximum crowd, limited visibility, multiple escape routes. If I were planning to eliminate witnesses, that's when I'd do it. Elena nodded. My thinking exactly. They'll try to make it look like an accident. Fireworks malfunction, crowd panic, people trampled in the chaos. By the time anyone realizes it was intentional, the perpetrators will be long gone. Holly felt ice forming in her stomach as she processed the implications. We have to evacuate the festival. On what grounds? Webb asked. I can't clear the town square based on a theory about potential violence. Not without more concrete evidence. Then we use the festival as cover for our own operation, Elena said, her FBI training taking over. Set a trap. Let the criminals come to us, where we can control the variables. The suggestion hung in the air like smoke from an extinguished candle. Holly understood the logic. If they couldn't prevent the confrontation, they could at least choose the terms of engagement. But the idea of using a community celebration as the backdrop for a law enforcement operation made her feel sick. What kind of trap? Webb asked. Elena moved to the whiteboard Webb used for case notes and began sketching the town square layout. The criminals need to eliminate both Sam and me before federal authorities arrive. We use that urgency against them. Let them think they have an opportunity during the closing ceremony, but position our people to contain the threat. Holly watched Elena work, recognizing the professional competence that had made her valuable to the FBI. But she also saw the cost. The way Elena's shoulders carried tension, the slight tremor in her hands as she drew escape routes and sightlines. This wasn't just another case for Elena. It was personal, connected to years of work and sacrifice. "What's the risk to innocent civilians?" Holly asked. "Minimal if we do it right," Elena replied. "Maximum if we let the criminals choose the time and place." Webb's radio crackled with reports from festival setup, normal coordination between vendors and volunteers. The kind of routine communication that happened before every community event in Millbrook Falls. But now Holly heard it differently, aware that some of those voices belonged to people connected to the money laundering operation. "How many local businesses are involved?" Webb asked.
"We won't know until federal agents can analyze all the financial records," Elena said. "But based on what we've discovered, at least 3 or 4 establishments have been used as fronts for cleaning cash. The O'Sullivan pub is just the most prominent." Holly's phone rang. The caller ID showed a number she didn't recognize. But Elena gestured for her to answer anyway. "Holly Hart?" she said carefully. "Miss Hart, this is Agent Sarah Chen with the FBI Financial Crimes Division. Agent Rodriguez has been keeping us updated on your situation. I need you to understand that we have resources en route to your location, but federal coordination takes time we may not have. What do you need from us?" Holly asked. "Keep Elena and the witness safe until we can establish proper protective custody. Do not attempt to engage the criminal operation yourselves. These people have killed to protect their network, and they won't hesitate to kill again." The line went dead, leaving Holly staring at her phone. "Federal agents say to keep Elena and Sam safe and don't engage the criminals." "Standard protocol," Elena said with a slight smile that didn't reach her eyes. "Unfortunately, the criminals aren't following standard protocol either." Webb stood and reached for his gun belt. "I'm going to coordinate with state police and see if we can get additional backup. Meanwhile, you two need to decide whether you're going to follow federal advice or take matters into your own hands." After Webb left, Holly and Elena sat in silence for several minutes. Outside, the festival setup continued with cheerful efficiency. Someone was testing the sound system, and Irish music drifted through the office windows, cheerful, bouncing melodies that seemed to mock the gravity of their situation. "You don't have to do this," Holly said finally. "You could take Sam and leave town, start over somewhere else. The federal agents will handle the money laundering investigation." Elena shook her head. "If we run, the criminals scatter. They disappear into new identities and rebuild their operations somewhere else. More communities get victimized, more people get hurt. And if we stay and do this right, we stop them here, permanently." Elena met Holly's eyes. "But it means using myself as bait. Letting them think they have a chance to eliminate the threat." The enormity of what Elena was proposing hit Holly like a physical blow. "You're talking about deliberately putting yourself in mortal danger." "I'm talking about finishing what I started years ago. This criminal network has been operating for too long, hurting too many people. Sam's been in hiding for 3 years. I've been playing federal bureaucrat when I should have been hunting these people down." Elena's voice carried a determination that Holly recognized from their previous investigations. "This ends tonight." Holly thought about the community that had welcomed her, the business they'd built together, the chosen family that had grown around their shared commitment to truth and justice. The idea of risking Elena's life felt wrong on every level, but the idea of letting criminals continue to victimize small communities felt equally wrong. "What do you need from me?" Holly asked. "Help me plan this so that innocent people stay safe while we draw the criminals into the open." For the next hour, they worked on strategy. Elena's law enforcement experience provided the tactical framework, while Holly's knowledge of Millbrook Falls and the festival logistics filled in crucial details. They identified choke points where crowds could be controlled, sightlines that would provide advantages to either defenders or attackers, and timing sequences that would allow maximum civilian safety. By the time Jasper arrived with Sam, they had the bones of a plan that might work. If they could coordinate law enforcement resources,
if the criminals followed their predicted behavior patterns, and if nothing went catastrophically wrong. Sam looked exhausted but alert, the kind of hypervigilance that came from years of looking over their shoulder. "I've been thinking about the art installation's programming," they said without preamble. "If the criminals want to eliminate evidence, they'll target the display during tonight's ceremony. But I built redundancies into the system. Even if they destroy the physical installation, the evidence is already uploaded to multiple secure servers." "Will they know that?" Elena asked. "Not unless they understand programming better than I think they do. Most criminals focus on obvious evidence, physical documents, computers, people who can testify against them. They usually don't think about distributed digital backups." Holly felt a spark of hope. If the evidence was truly secure, then the criminals' desperation to eliminate witnesses became their primary vulnerability. They would take risks to get to Elena and Sam, risks that could be turned against them. "There's something else," Sam continued. "I recognized the person who spotted me at the festival yesterday. Marcus Klein. He was one of the main coordinators of the money laundering network in my original case. If he's here, it means this operation is bigger than we thought." Elena went very still. "Marcus Klein is supposed to be in federal custody." Apparently not anymore. The implications hit them all simultaneously. If Klein had been released or escaped federal custody, it meant the criminal network had resources they hadn't anticipated. It also meant Elena's original FBI case had connections to current events that went beyond what they'd discovered. Holly's phone buzzed with another text from Agent Chen. "Just learned that Marcus Klein escaped federal custody 3 weeks ago. Consider all subjects extremely dangerous. Do not engage without backup." "They want us to wait for federal backup," Holly told the others. "Which gives Klein time to eliminate witnesses and disappear again," Elena replied. "How long did it take the FBI to recapture him last time?" Media. 14 months, Sam said quietly. 14 months of moving from safe house to safe house. Never staying in one place more than a few weeks, always looking over my shoulder. The room fell silent as everyone processed what that meant. Sam had found peace in Millbrook Falls, had begun to build a normal life. Elena had discovered a calling that balanced her law enforcement skills with genuine community connection. Holly had built a business and relationships that felt like home. All of it would be lost if they ran. And all of it would be compromised if they stayed and the criminals succeeded in eliminating the witnesses. "We do this tonight," Elena said. "During the closing ceremony. We use the festival as cover, but we control the engagement." Holly looked around the room at the people who had become her chosen family. Elena, with her quiet courage and professional competence. Sam, with their technical brilliance and hard-won wisdom. Jasper, with his steady support and research skills that had proved invaluable in every investigation. They were asking her to bet everything on a plan that might save their community and stop a criminal network, but might also get them all killed. "What do you need me to do?" Holly asked. Elena smiled, and this time it reached her eyes. "Help me save our family." Outside, the Irish music played on, and the festival preparations continued with innocent enthusiasm. But inside Sheriff Webb's office, 4 people planned for a confrontation that would determine whether their chosen home would be protected from the shadows that had found it. The net was closing, but Holly wasn't sure yet who would be caught inside it. Chapter 12. Shamrocks Showdown. Fireworks exploded overhead in brilliant cascades of green and gold, their light reflecting off the faces of hundreds of festival-goers gathered in Millbrook Falls town square. The closing ceremony should have been the perfect end to a weekend celebration. Families with children on shoulders, couples sharing Irish coffee, elderly residents wrapped in blankets and reminiscing about festivals past. Instead, Holly found herself scanning the crowd for threats while trying to look like she was enjoying the show. Elena stood 20 feet away near Sam's art installation, clearly visible to anyone looking for her. The plan required her to be bait, and she was playing the role perfectly. Relaxed posture, attention focused on the fireworks, no apparent awareness that federal agents were positioned throughout the crowd, or that Webb was coordinating radio communications from the bandstand.
Webb's voice crackled through the earpiece. 3 suspicious individuals moving through the crowd from different directions. All male, avoiding eye contact with law enforcement. Sam was stationed behind the art installation's control panel, their fingers poised over the emergency protocols they'd programmed that morning. If everything went wrong, they could trigger a complete evidence dump to federal servers, while simultaneously activating emergency lighting that would help civilians evacuate safely. The next firework burst overhead, silver and shamrock-shaped, drawing appreciative cheers from the crowd. Holly used the distraction to move closer to Elena's position, weaving between families and vendors cleaning up their booths. The cheerful atmosphere felt surreal when she knew that somewhere in this crowd, people were planning murder. "Holly," Elena's voice came through the earpiece, calm and professional. "I've got visual on Marcus Klein. He's approaching from the east side, using the food vendors as cover." Holly turned carefully, trying to spot the man who'd escaped federal custody and orchestrated the multi-state money laundering operation. She found him near the Irish stew booth, dressed in dark clothing that helped him blend with the shadows between vendor stalls. He looked older than the FBI photos Elena had shown them, hair graying at the temples, but he moved with the focused intensity of someone closing in on a target. "Webb, he's at the food vendor area," Holly subvocalized into her microphone. Clear sightline to Elena. "Federal agents are moving to intercept. Elena, do not alter your position." Holly's heart hammered as she watched the carefully choreographed operation unfold. Federal agents were closing in from multiple directions, but they had to time their approach perfectly. Too early, and Klein would disappear back into the crowd. Too late, and Elena would be in immediate danger. The fireworks reached their crescendo, a series of rapid explosions that filled the sky with color while creating enough noise to mask any sounds of struggle. Holly realized with ice-cold clarity that the timing was deliberate. The climax of the fireworks display would provide perfect cover for violence. "He's moving," Elena reported, "leaving the vendor area, heading directly toward my position." She could see him now, pushing through the crowd with purpose. Other festival goers stepped aside automatically, probably assuming he was trying to get a better view. None of them suspected they were witnessing the approach of a federal fugitive intent on murder. "Federal agents are 30 seconds out," Webb's voice carried tension that matched Holly's own. "Elena, maintain position." But Elena was already moving, not away from danger, but toward it. Holly watched in horror as her partner stepped away from the relative safety of the art installation and walked directly toward the approaching figure. "Elena, what are you doing?" Holly demanded into her microphone, drawing him away from the civilians. Elena's voice remained steady, even as she moved into the most exposed area of the town square. "If he starts shooting near the families..." She didn't need to finish. Holly could see the calculation Elena had made. Better to risk her own life than allow a firefight to erupt in the middle of hundreds of innocent people. The fireworks finale began, a thunderous series of explosions that turned the night sky into a canvas of brilliant light. Under cover of the noise and distraction, he broke into a run, hand reaching inside his jacket for what Holly assumed was a weapon. "Federal agents, move now," Webb commanded. Holly saw the agents converging from multiple directions, but they were still too far away. Elena stood alone in the center of the square, directly in his path, with nowhere to run and no backup within reach. Without thinking, Holly sprinted toward the confrontation, abandoning her assigned position and any pretense of following the plan. Elena was her partner, her friend,
her chosen family. She wasn't going to watch her face a killer alone. The two figures collided in what looked like an accidental bump to anyone watching the fireworks, but Holly could see the deliberate violence of the encounter. Elena stumbled, then recovered with the kind of defensive movement that spoke of extensive training.
"Gun!" someone screamed from the crowd, and suddenly the orderly festival atmosphere dissolved into chaos. Families grabbed their children and ran for the exits. Elderly festival goers struggled to move quickly enough to escape the danger zone. Vendors abandoned their booths, leaving half-packed equipment scattered across the square. The fireworks continued overhead, their beauty now grotesque against the panic below. Holly reached Elena just as he raised his weapon, a small pistol that would be nearly impossible to see in the flashing light of the fireworks. Without hesitation, Holly tackled Elena sideways, both of them hitting the ground hard as the first shot rang out. The bullet passed through the space where Elena's head had been a split second earlier. "Stay down!" Holly shouted, covering Elena's body with her own as they rolled behind the art installation's base structure. Federal agents were closing in from all sides now, their own weapons drawn, shouting commands that were lost in the noise of continuing fireworks and screaming civilians. He spun to face the new threats, his gun tracking between targets as he calculated his chances of escape. Sam's voice crackled through the earpiece. "Emergency lighting activated. Evidence upload complete. Getting civilians to safety." The art installation's hidden lighting system suddenly blazed to life, turning the town square into a maze of shadows and brilliant illumination that disoriented everyone equally. Holly could see Sam directing panicked families toward the safest exit routes, while federal agents used the confusion to close the final distance to their target. "Drop your weapon!" The lead federal agent's voice carried over everything, amplified by a bullhorn. "Marcus Klein, you are surrounded." His response was another gunshot, this one aimed at the approaching agents. Holly heard the bullet ricochet off the bandstand's metal framework, far too close to the civilians who were still evacuating. "He's going to kill innocent people," Elena said, struggling to get up despite Holly's efforts to keep her down. "The feds have this under control. Look around, Holly." "Does this look controlled to you?" Holly raised her head enough to survey the scene. The federal agents were indeed closing in, but he was using the panicking crowd as human shields, moving between families and elderly festival goers who couldn't escape quickly enough. Every shot the agents took risked hitting an innocent person. The fireworks finale continued in automated sequence, the explosions providing both cover for his movements and additional panic for the civilians trying to escape. Elena was right. This was spiraling out of control. "The control panel," Holly said suddenly. "Sam's emergency protocols. Can they shut down the fireworks?" "Not from here. The fireworks are on a separate system." Elena winced as they shifted position behind the art installation. But Sam programmed other emergency features into the display. ... Like what? Crowd control lighting, emergency announcements, automatic documentation of everything happening in the square. Holly understood immediately. Sam had anticipated that any confrontation would create chaos, so they'd built systems to manage that chaos and preserve evidence of whatever happened. "Sam!" Holly called into her microphone. "Can you use the emergency systems to help the feds isolate Klein?" "Already on it," Sam's voice replied. "Activating crowd guidance lighting in 3, 2, 1. ... The art installation's lighting system shifted again, this time creating clear pathways of illumination that guided panicked civilians towards safe exit routes, while leaving specific areas of the square in strategic darkness. Suddenly, the federal agents had clear fields of fire while their target found himself increasingly isolated. But instead of surrendering, he made a desperate run toward the one area Sam's lighting system couldn't control, the bandstand, where Webb was coordinating communications. "He's going for Webb," Holly realized, watching the sprint across the square. Webb saw him coming and reached for his sidearm. But he was also trying to coordinate the evacuation over the radio and manage incoming calls from other law enforcement agencies. He was distracted,
vulnerable, and directly in the line of attack.
Elena was already moving, rolling out from behind the art installation and sprinting toward the bandstand, despite Holly's shouts of protest. Holly followed, her heart pounding as she ran across open ground with a gunman still loose and federal agents converging from multiple directions.
The final firework exploded overhead just as Elena reached the bandstand steps. He had his gun aimed at Webb, who was just beginning to realize the danger he was in. Elena launched herself up the steps, reaching for the gun hand just as he pulled the trigger.
The shot went wide, shattering one of the bandstand's decorative shamrock signs into splinters of green-painted wood. Elena and he crashed into the bandstand's railing, struggling for control of the weapon while Webb dove for cover behind his communications equipment.
Holly reached the bandstand just as federal agents surrounded it from all sides. But the struggle between Elena and their target was too close, too intense for anyone to risk a shot without hitting Elena. "Elena, let go," the lead agent shouted. "Give us a clear target." But Elena couldn't let go. If she released his gun hand, he would have a clear shot at either her or Webb. Instead, she used her FBI training to maintain control while slowly forcing the weapon away from any potential targets. Holly climbed the bandstand steps, looking for any way to help without making the situation worse. She could see the strain on Elena's face as she fought for control of the gun, could hear his labored breathing as he tried to break free from her grip. The fireworks finally ended, leaving the square in relative silence, broken only by the sounds of struggle and the distant voices of civilians being evacuated by other law enforcement officers. Without the noise and light of the pyrotechnics, the confrontation felt smaller, more focused, but no less dangerous. "You're both dead," he panted, still fighting for control of his weapon. "The network knows where you are now." "This doesn't end with me." "Yes, it does," Elena replied, her voice steady despite the physical strain. "Because Sam uploaded everything. Every transaction, every connection, every piece of evidence. Your entire operation is blown." His eyes widened as he processed the implications. If Sam had truly uploaded comprehensive evidence to federal servers, then arresting him was just the beginning. The entire money laundering network would unravel, leading to arrests across multiple states. His moment of distraction was all Elena needed. She twisted the gun free from his grip and tossed it to Holly, who caught it awkwardly and immediately pointed it at the ground. "Marcus Klein, you're under arrest," the lead federal agent announced, climbing onto the bandstand with handcuffs ready. As the agents secured their prisoner, Holly looked out over the town square that had been transformed from a celebration into a crime scene. Sam's art installation still glowed with emergency lighting, creating pools of safety in the darkness. Festival vendors were slowly returning to collect their equipment under law enforcement supervision, and families who had come for a fun St. Patrick's Day celebration were being interviewed by federal agents about what they'd witnessed. Elena slumped against the bandstand railing, exhaustion finally showing on her face. "Is everyone okay? Are there any civilian casualties?" Webb emerged from behind his communications equipment, looking shaken but unharmed. "EMTs are checking on people who were knocked down during the evacuation, but no serious injuries reported." "You saved my life, Elena." Holly handed the gun to one of the federal agents and moved to Elena's side. "You also nearly got yourself killed. That wasn't part of the plan." The plan went out the window the moment he started shooting near civilians. Elena managed a tired smile. "But we got him. And Sam's evidence upload means we got the whole network." Looking around the square at the aftermath of their desperate gamble, Holly felt a complex mixture of relief, exhaustion, and pride. They'd protected their community, stopped a criminal operation that had victimized multiple towns, and kept each other safe despite facing a federal fugitive and trained killer. But the cost had been enormous. The festival was ruined. Their peaceful community had been exposed to violence, and they'd all been forced to make choices that would have lasting consequences. Sam approached the bandstand, their laptop bags slung over their shoulder and relief evident on their face. The evidence upload is complete. Federal servers have everything: financial records, transaction patterns, communication logs, even digital footage of tonight's confrontation. "What happens now?" Holly asked. The lead federal agent overheard and answered while securing his prisoner. "Now we roll up the entire network. This operation's been 3 years in the making, but tonight you gave us everything we need to shut it down permanently." As federal agents escorted their prisoner away and crime scene technicians began documenting the square, Holly realized that their small-town investigation had just concluded a major federal case. Hart, Holloway, and Rodriguez Consulting had proven themselves capable of handling complex, dangerous criminal enterprises while protecting their community and each other. But more importantly, they'd proven that their chosen family would face any threat together, no matter the cost. Elena stood up slowly, wincing from the impact of hitting the bandstand railing. "Ready to go home?" Holly looked around one more time at the square where they'd just faced down a killer. Then at the friends who'd risked everything to protect each other and their community. "Yeah," she said. "Let's go home." The fireworks were over, but their real celebration was just beginning. Chapter 13. Federal Resolution. Morning sun streamed through the windows of what used to be O'Sullivan's Irish pub, now transformed into a temporary federal command center. Holly stood near the bar, where Declan O'Sullivan had counted dirty money just 3 days ago, watching FBI agents sort through evidence boxes while criminalists photographed every inch of the space that had served as a front for money laundering. Chen looked up from her laptop, where financial records scrolled past in endless columns of numbers. "Your team's documentation is exceptional. Most local investigations don't provide this level of detail." "We had good teachers," Holly replied, glancing toward Elena, who was explaining cryptocurrency transaction patterns to a federal accountant. "And we've learned that details matter when you're dealing with networks this complex." The scope of the operation had become clear overnight. What Holly had initially thought was a localized art theft scheme had revealed itself as part of a multi-state money laundering network spanning Colorado, Wyoming, Utah, and Montana. Marcus Klein's arrest had triggered a cascade of federal raids across the Mountain West, with accomplices being taken into custody in towns as far away as Missoula and Park City. Webb approached from the former pub's kitchen, where agents were documenting the sophisticated counting and packaging equipment the O'Sullivans had hidden behind their legitimate restaurant supplies. Preliminary count shows over $2 million in cash transactions just through this location in the past 6 months. "And that's just what they couldn't hide," Elena added, joining their conversation. "The digital records Sam helped us recover show the total network moved over $50 million in the past 3 years." A familiar mix of satisfaction and disbelief washed over Holly. Hart, Holloway, and Rodriguez Consulting's first major case had uncovered a criminal enterprise larger than anything she'd imagined when she started investigating suspicious art thefts in Pine Ridge. "Where's Sam now?" she asked. "Conference room," Webb replied. "They're walking federal agents through the software modifications that made the cryptocurrency laundering possible. Their testimony is crucial for prosecuting not just our network, but connecting it to other operations using similar technology." Through the pub's front windows, Holly could see Millbrook Falls trying to return to normal. The festival cleanup continued, with volunteers collecting decorations and vendors packing equipment. But federal agents interviewing witnesses and crime scene tape around multiple businesses served as stark reminders that their small town had been the site of a major law enforcement operation. Jasper entered through the pub's front door, carrying coffee and looking like he hadn't slept in days. "The historical connections go deeper than we thought," he announced without preamble. "I've been working with federal researchers all night tracing the network's origins." He spread photocopied documents across a table that had probably hosted friendly conversations about Irish heritage just days earlier. Now it displayed a genealogy of financial crimes spanning decades.
The O'Sullivan family wasn't the first, Jasper explained. This network has been using small mountain towns as money laundering centers since the early 1990s. They target communities with cash-heavy businesses, restaurants, galleries, gift shops, and gradually integrate their operations with legitimate local commerce. Chen leaned over the documents, her expression growing more serious as she processed the implications. How many communities are we talking about? At least 37 towns, across 5 states, maybe more. The pattern is always the same. Integrate with respected local families, use community events for cover, and if anyone gets suspicious, they move the operation and start over somewhere else. Nausea hit Holly as she realized how many small towns had been victimized over the years. How many families had been coerced into participation through debt or threat. How many local businesses had been unknowingly used as fronts for criminal activity. But Sam's evidence upload changes everything, Elena said, recognizing Holly's distress. We have transaction records going back 5 years, communication logs, and technical documentation of how the software works. This isn't just about shutting down one network. It's about revealing the entire methodology. Elena's phone buzzed with an incoming call. She checked the display, and her expression brightened. Agent Martinez from the Denver field office. He's been coordinating the multi-state arrests. She answered on speaker. Rodriguez here. Elena, we've got good news from all fronts. Martinez's voice carried the satisfaction of a successful operation. 17 arrests across 4 states in the past 12 hours. The network's leadership is in custody, and we're seizing assets that should allow full restitution to victims. Weight lifted from Holly's shoulders. What about the families who were coerced into participation? We're treating them as victims, not perpetrators. The evidence your team gathered clearly shows the pattern of financial intimidation the network used to force cooperation. Most of these families will be eligible for support services rather than prosecution. Webb stepped closer to the phone. What's the next step for local law enforcement? Federal prosecutors will handle the major cases, but we'll need continued cooperation for witness interviews and evidence verification. The good news is that your consulting team has provided such thorough documentation that most of the heavy lifting is already done. After Martinez hung up, the command center fell into a comfortable rhythm of evidence processing and report writing. Holly found herself watching the federal agents work with professional efficiency that reminded her of Elena's approach to investigation. Systematic, thorough, and always focused on the bigger picture. Penny for your thoughts? Elena asked, appearing beside her with 2 cups of coffee. Just thinking about how this started, Holly replied. 3 weeks ago, we were small-town business consultants taking on our first external case. Now we're part of a federal investigation that's taken down a multi-state criminal network. That's what happens when you refuse to look the other way, Elena said. When you insist on asking the hard questions and following the evidence wherever it leads. Sam emerged from the conference room, looking exhausted but pleased. Federal prosecutors say my testimony will be crucial for convicting the network's technical coordinators, and the software documentation will help law enforcement identify similar operations in other regions. How do you feel about that? Holly asked. About coming out of hiding and reclaiming your expertise? Shipped on. Sam considered the question carefully. Terrified and relieved at the same time. For 3 years, I've been running from the consequences of creating software that got misused by criminals. Now, I have a chance to help shut down everyone who perverted my work. Chen approached their group, tablet in hand. I wanted to personally thank Hart, Holloway, and Rodriguez Consulting for your cooperation in this investigation. Your work has been instrumental in what's shaping up to be one of the largest financial crime takedowns in the region's history. What happens now? Holly asked. Rebuild the prosecution cases that will put these people away for decades. And we use the intelligence you've helped us gather to identify and stop similar networks before they can establish themselves in other communities.
As federal agents began packing their equipment and preparing to move operations to the Denver field office, Holly walked through the pub that had served as the center of Millbrook Falls St. Patrick's Day celebration just days earlier. The shamrock decoration still hung from the ceiling, incongruously cheerful above evidence boxes and crime scene markers. Webb joined her near the bar, where the O'Sullivan family had served their community for 3 generations while simultaneously betraying that trust. You know, I've been sheriff here for 8 years, and I never suspected anything. Neither did anyone else, Holly replied. That's what made their operation so effective. They didn't just hide in plain sight. They became pillars of the community while they were stealing from it. How do we prevent this from happening again? It was the question Holly had been wrestling with since Elena first revealed the scope of the criminal network. How do small communities protect themselves from sophisticated financial crimes without losing the trust and openness that make them special places to live? Education? Elena said, joining their conversation. Federal authorities are developing training programs for small-town law enforcement agencies, helping them recognize the warning signs of money laundering operations. And community vigilance, Sam added. Not paranoia, but the kind of healthy skepticism that asks questions when financial patterns don't make sense. Holly nodded, thinking about the lesson they'd all learned. The criminals counted on our desire to trust our neighbors, to believe the best about people we'd known for years. That's not something we should change about ourselves. It's what makes communities like Millbrook Falls worth protecting. But we can balance trust with awareness, Webb agreed. Make sure people know what to look for, what questions to ask. Chen approached with official paperwork requiring signatures. One more thing. Federal authorities want to offer Hart, Holloway, and Rodriguez Consulting a consulting contract for similar cases. Your approach to community-based investigation is exactly what we need for combating financial crimes in small towns. Holly looked at Elena and Sam, seeing excitement and determination in their faces. Their accidental partnership had proven effective beyond anything they'd imagined. What mattered more? They'd discovered a shared commitment to protecting communities from sophisticated criminal enterprises. We'll need to discuss terms, Holly said carefully. Our first commitment is to Millbrook Falls and making sure our community heals from this betrayal. Of course. But when you're ready, we have 17 other mountain communities that could benefit from your expertise. As the federal agents prepared to leave and the pub slowly returned to emptiness, Holly realized that Hart, Holloway, and Rodriguez Consulting had found their calling. They weren't just document authentication specialists or business consultants. They were community protectors. People who could bridge the gap between local knowledge and federal resources to stop crimes that would otherwise go undetected. Elena locked the pub's front door and handed the keys to Webb. Strange to think that 3 days ago this was just a place where people came for good food and Irish music. It can be again, Holly said. Maybe not right away, and maybe not with the O'Sullivan family, but the building isn't guilty of their crimes. Someone else will make it into something positive for the community. Sam looked around the square where their art installations still glowed softly in the afternoon light, now displaying rotating images that honored Finn Donnelly and Bridget O'Malley, rather than hiding evidence of financial crimes. Do you think the festival will recover from all this? I think the community will be stronger because of it, Holly replied. We've learned that we can face hard truths and still choose to trust each other. That's worth celebrating. Chapter 2. As they walked away from the former pub toward their cars, Holly felt the satisfaction of justice served and wrongs addressed. But beyond that, she felt excitement about the future. Hart, Holloway, and Rodriguez Consulting had proven themselves capable of handling complex, dangerous investigations while protecting the communities they served. The federal recognition was gratifying, but what mattered most was knowing they'd made Millbrook Falls safer and helped dozens of other communities in the process. Elena fell into step beside her. So, ready for our next case? Holly looked around at the town square where children were already playing again, where vendors were setting up for a smaller, healing-focused celebration later in the week, where life was returning to normal because justice had been served.
Absolutely, she said.
But first, let's make sure our community knows they're safe again. The federal investigation was complete, but their real work, helping Millbrook Falls heal and protecting other small towns from similar betrayals, was just beginning. Chapter 14. Truth and Consequences. Sunlight filtered through the windows of Hart, Holloway, and Rodriguez Consulting, casting long shadows across the conference table, where 3 cups of coffee had grown cold. Holly sat across from Elena and Sam, watching them wrestle with decisions that would reshape their lives completely. The federal investigation was officially complete. Marcus Klein and his network were in custody, and now came the hardest part, deciding what happened next. Elena turned a business card over in her hands, the FBI Denver field office logo catching the light. Agent Martinez called this morning. They want me back.
Full reinstatement? Holly asked.
Promotion, actually. I'd be heading a financial crimes task force across the Mountain West. Everything we learned here would help protect other small towns. Elena set the card down carefully. It's exactly what I trained for. Sam looked up from their laptop, where they'd been tracking news coverage of the arrests. That's what you trained for, what you're good at. You could help a lot of people. There was something in Sam's voice that made Holly pay closer attention. A careful neutrality that suggested they were working hard not to influence Elena's decision, even though the outcome would determine whether they continued hiding or reclaimed their original identity.
What about you?
Holly asked Sam directly. Martinez said you're free to resume your old life. The criminal network that forced you into hiding is finished. Sam closed the laptop and leaned back in their chair, looking exhausted despite getting a full night's sleep for the first time in years. Dr. Samuel Park, software engineer. That's who I used to be, before everything went wrong.
And now?
Now I don't know. 3 years of looking over my shoulder, 3 years of being someone else entirely. Sam gestured toward the window that showed Millbrook Falls going about its morning routine. Sam Reeves has friends here, a community that accepted them, art installations that bring joy to people. Dr. Park was brilliant, but isolated, focused on technical problems instead of human connections. Elena reached across the table and touched Sam's hand gently. You don't have to choose immediately. The Federal Protection Program can maintain your new identity as long as you want. Or you can transition back gradually, reclaiming pieces of your old life while keeping what matters from your new one. Holly watched the interaction between Elena and Sam, seeing the genuine care that had developed during Elena's unofficial witness protection assignment. Professional duty had become something deeper, the kind of chosen family bond that mattered more than blood.
What do you want to do? Holly asked Elena.
Elena was quiet for several minutes, staring out the window at the town square where Sam's art installation still displayed rotating images honoring Finn Donnelly and Bridget O'Malley. For 2 years, I've been Elena Rodriguez, art authentication specialist and small-town business owner. Before that, I was Agent Rodriguez, federal investigator specializing in financial crimes.
And now?
I'm wondering if there's a third option. Elena picked up the FBI business card again, then set it aside. What if Hart, Holloway, and Rodriguez Consulting becomes real? What if we're actually better at protecting communities when we work independently rather than as federal agents? The suggestion hung in the air like morning mist, full of possibility and uncertainty. Holly felt her heart speed up as she processed the implications. Elena was proposing to make their accidental partnership permanent, to turn their improvised investigation into a legitimate business model. You'd give up federal service? Holly asked. I'd trade federal bureaucracy for community connection. Trade following orders for choosing our cases. Elena's voice carried conviction. The FBI wants me to replicate what we did here. But what we did worked because we weren't federal agents. We were community members protecting our home.
Sam opened their laptop again, but this time they pulled up a different screen. Architectural plans for converting the space above the consulting office into a technical workshop. I've been thinking about this too. Dr. Park could develop software to help law enforcement identify financial crimes. Sam Reeves could create art installations that bring communities together. Maybe both identities have something to offer. Holly looked around the office that had become so much more than she'd imagined when she first moved to Millbrook Falls. The filing cabinets full of authentication cases, the conference table where they'd planned their investigation, the windows that looked out on a community that had accepted her completely. "You're talking about making this permanent," she said. "All of us, working together, taking on cases that local law enforcement can't handle, but federal agencies don't prioritize." "Small communities need advocates," Elena replied. "Places like Millbrook Falls that criminal networks target because they think no one will look too closely. We could be the people who look closely. We could be the bridge between federal resources and local knowledge," Sam added. Technical expertise with community connection. Excitement mixed with terror surged through Holly. They were talking about expanding from document authentication into full-scale investigation consulting, taking on complex criminal cases while maintaining their commitment to community service. It was ambitious, risky, and exactly what she wanted to do with her life. "What about Jasper?" she asked. "What about me?" Jasper's voice came from the office entrance where he stood holding a bag from the local deli and looking amused by their intense conversation. "We're discussing whether to make Hart, Holloway, and Rodriguez Consulting a permanent partnership," Holly explained. "Elena's been offered federal reinstatement. Sam can reclaim their original identity, and we're trying to decide whether to expand our services or go back to document authentication." Jasper set the lunch bag on the table and pulled up a chair. "What are you leaning toward?" "Community protection," Elena said without hesitation. "Taking on cases where small towns need investigation expertise but can't access federal resources. Technical consulting for law enforcement agencies that lack cryptocurrency and digital forensics capabilities," Sam added. "And I think I want to coordinate all of that while making sure we never lose sight of why we're doing this work," Holly said, surprised by how clearly the vision had crystallized. "Not for recognition or money, but to protect communities like ours from people who think small towns are easy targets." Jasper smiled and began unpacking sandwiches. "Well, when you put it like that, it sounds like exactly what Millbrook Falls needs. And exactly what you three are good at." Elena's phone buzzed with a text message. She glanced at it and her expression grew serious. "Agent Martinez, the federal task force position has a deadline for response." "When?" Holly asked. "Tomorrow." The reality of the decision settled over them like snow. Beautiful and transformative, but requiring immediate action. Elena had less than 24 hours to choose between returning to federal service or committing to their experimental partnership. "There's something else," Sam said quietly. "Something I haven't told you about my conversation with federal prosecutors." Holly felt her stomach tighten. "What?" "They want me to testify in open court against Marcus Klein and the network leadership. Full identity disclosure, complete testimony about the software development. Everything." Sam's hands were shaking slightly. "If I do that, there's no going back to hiding." Sam Reeves and Dr. Samuel Park become the same person, permanently. Slice. Elena leaned forward. "That's a big step. Are you ready for that kind of exposure?" "I think so. The criminal network is finished, and the people who threaten me are in custody. Besides, I'm tired of running." Sam met Holly's eyes. "This community accepted Sam Reeves completely, even when they didn't know my full story. I want to find out if they'll accept Dr. Park, too." The courage in Sam's voice made Holly's throat tighten with emotion. In just a few minutes, all three of them had committed to radical honesty,
Elena choosing community over career advancement, Sam choosing integration over continued hiding, and Holly choosing expansion over safe simplicity. "So we're really doing this," she said. "Hart, Holloway, and Rodriguez Consulting, Community Protection Specialist. With Jasper as our research coordinator and historical consultant," Elena added. "And Sam as our technical expert and digital forensics specialist," Holly continued. "I should probably update our business registration," Jasper said with characteristic practicality. "Hart, Holloway, Rodriguez, and Reeves Consulting has a nice ring to it," Sam laughed, the first genuinely relaxed sound Holly had heard from them since this whole investigation began. "I like it, though we'll need a bigger sign." Elena pulled out her phone and scrolled to Agent Martinez's contact information. "I should call him back before I lose my nerve." "What are you going to tell him?" Holly asked. "That Agent Rodriguez is officially retiring to pursue private consulting work. But Elena Rodriguez would be happy to work with federal authorities on a case-by-case basis, provided Hart, Holloway, Rodriguez, and Reeves Consulting maintains its independence." Holly watched Elena dial the number, feeling gratitude and anticipation that made her chest tight. Elena was giving up guaranteed career advancement to bet on their partnership, trusting that their accidental collaboration could become something sustainable and meaningful. "Agent Martinez? This is Elena Rodriguez. I've made my decision about the task force position." The conversation lasted 10 minutes, with Elena explaining her choice while negotiating terms for future cooperation. Holly could hear Martinez's voice through the phone, disappointed about losing Elena, but interested in establishing a formal consulting relationship with their new business. "He's not happy," Elena said after hanging up, "but he understands. And he wants us to consider taking on a case in Utah next month, a missing person investigation connected to financial irregularities in a town similar to Millbrook Falls." "Our first official case," Holly said. "Our second," Sam corrected. "Pine Ridge was our first. We just didn't know we were Hart, Holloway, Rodriguez, and Reeves Consulting yet." As they ate lunch and planned their business expansion, Holly felt the satisfaction of decisions made and futures claimed. Elena would stay in Millbrook Falls, officially resigning from the FBI to focus on their consulting partnership. Sam would reclaim their original identity while maintaining the artistic practice that had brought them peace. And Holly would continue building the life she'd found in this mountain community, now expanded to include protection work that could help dozens of similar towns. Webb knocked on the office door just as they were finishing lunch. "Sorry to interrupt, but I wanted to update you on the local prosecutions." "Come in," Holly said. "We were just planning our business expansion." Webb raised an eyebrow as he settled into a chair. "Expansion?" "Hart, Holloway, Rodriguez, and Reeves Consulting, Community Protection Specialists," Elena explained. "Taking on cases where small towns need investigation expertise." "Good. Because I just got a call from a sheriff in Montana who's dealing with suspicious cattle deaths and insurance claims that don't add up. He heard about our cooperation on the money laundering case and wondered if your team might be available for consultation." Holly exchanged glances with Elena and Sam, seeing excitement and determination in their faces. "Tell him we'll need to review the case details, but Hart, Holloway, Rodriguez, and Reeves Consulting is officially open for business." As Webb made notes about the Montana case and Elena began outlining their consulting procedures, Holly realized that their investigation into art theft had become something much larger, a commitment to protecting communities from complex crimes that traditional law enforcement couldn't handle alone. The federal investigation was complete, but their real work was just beginning, and Holly couldn't wait to see what communities they'd protect next. Outside, Millbrook Falls continued its normal afternoon rhythm, unaware that its newest consulting business had just committed to making sure small towns across the Mountain West would never again be easy targets for sophisticated criminals. The truth had consequences, and those consequences were reshaping all their lives in exactly the ways they'd chosen.
Chapter 15. The Art of Starting Over.
Coffee steam rose from the ceramic mug in Sam's hands as they sat on the front porch of what used to be Emerald Isle Gallery, watching volunteers dismantle the last of the St. Patrick's Day decorations. The building had been closed since Bridget O'Malley's murder, yellow crime scene tape replaced by a simple "For Lease" sign that fluttered in the mountain breeze. Holly settled into the chair beside them, holding her own mug and watching the systematic cleanup that would erase the visible traces of what had happened here.
"Strange how quickly things go back to normal," Sam said, their voice carrying a mixture of wonder and melancholy. 3 days ago, people were running from gunshots, and federal agents were arresting criminals in our town square. Now it's just another Tuesday in Millbrook Falls. Holly studied Sam's profile, noting the relaxed way they held their shoulders, now that the constant vigilance of the past 3 years was finally unnecessary. "How does it feel, being free to use your real name again?"
Terrifying.
Sam admitted with a laugh. "I spent so long being someone else that I'm not sure who Dr. Samuel Park is anymore. Or if I want to be that person. Maybe you don't have to choose. Maybe you can be both." So Sam turned to look at her, curiosity replacing the melancholy in their expression. "What do you mean?"
Elena told me about your conversation with federal prosecutors yesterday, about helping them design a victim restitution program.
Holly sipped her coffee, watching families walk past on their way to the post office and grocery store. That's Dr. Park's expertise, helping real people instead of just solving technical problems.
I never thought about it that way.
Sam set down their mug and pulled out a tablet, scrolling to architectural plans Holly recognized as modifications to the space above their consulting office. "I've been designing a workshop where I can develop security software for small-town law enforcement agencies, help them identify financial crimes before they become embedded in local business networks." "That sounds like exactly what communities like ours need."
Elena thinks so too.
She's been talking to contacts at other FBI field offices, identifying towns that might benefit from the kind of early intervention we never got. Sam's voice carried growing excitement. "We could actually prevent what happened here from happening elsewhere."
Holly felt warmth spread through her chest that had nothing to do with the coffee.
Sam was talking about the future with enthusiasm, instead of the resigned caution that had characterized their conversations since she'd first met them. The person who'd spent 3 years looking over their shoulder was finally ready to look ahead.
"Speaking of Elena," Holly said,
"How's she adjusting to civilian life?"
"Better than expected."
"She submitted her formal resignation this morning." Sam grinned. "Martinez wasn't happy, but he gets it. Elena's more valuable as an independent consultant than stuck in federal bureaucracy." "And how are you adjusting to having your protection detail become a business partner?" Sam was quiet for a moment, considering the question seriously. "Elena saved my life. But somewhere along the way, she stopped being my handler and became my friend. That change, it's been the best part of getting my life back."
Holly nodded.
Understanding the complexity of relationships forged in crisis and transformed by choice. Elena and Sam had moved beyond the professional dynamic that had brought them together, creating something genuine and lasting. Jasper emerged from the consulting office across the street, carrying a box of files and heading toward his car. Holly caught his eye and waved, receiving a smile and a gesture indicating he'd be back shortly. He'd been spending the morning at the Historical Society, working with local archivists to document the connections between current events and past criminal activities in the region. "Has he found anything interesting in the historical records?" Sam asked, following Holly's gaze.
"More than we expected."
Jasper's research shows Millbrook Falls wasn't the first community targeted by networks like Klein's. There's a pattern going back 30 years. Small mountain towns used for money laundering, then abandoned when law enforcement gets too close.
But never fully prosecuted? never completely exposed. The criminals would disappear, local businesses would lose their cash flow, and communities would be left wondering what the hell had actually happened. Anger stirred in Holly as she thought about all the towns that had been victimized. That's why what we did matters. We didn't just catch them. We documented how they operate so other places can spot the warning signs. Elena appeared at the consulting office door, spotted them on the gallery porch, and waved them over. Even from across the street, Holly could see the energy in Elena's posture that suggested good news. "Looks like we're being summoned," Sam said, standing and stretching. They crossed the street together, stepping into the office that had become the headquarters for their expanded investigation services. Elena stood at the conference table, laptop open, surrounded by printed emails and official-looking documents. "Good news," Elena announced without preamble. "The Colorado Attorney General's office wants to hire us as consultants for a task force on rural financial crimes. 6-month contract with possible extension based on results." Holly felt excitement surge through her. What kind of work? Training law enforcement to recognize money laundering patterns, developing community education programs, and helping with complex financial crime investigations in small towns. Elena's smile carried satisfaction. Everything we learned from this case, shared with communities across the state. "That's incredible," Sam said. "When do we start?" "If we accept, orientation begins next week." The first community would be Cedar Creek, about 2 hours south. They've reported suspicious art sales and cash transactions that sound familiar. Holly looked around the office that had grown from a simple document authentication service to the headquarters of a legitimate investigation consulting business. Elena's federal law enforcement expertise, Sam's technical skills, Jasper's research abilities, and her own authentication knowledge had combined into something more powerful than any of them could have achieved alone. "There's one more thing," Elena continued. "The Attorney General's office is also offering to fund our victim restitution work, helping families and businesses that got caught up in money laundering access support services and legal protection." "Like the O'Sullivan family?" Holly asked. Elena nodded. Declan and Siobhan were clearly the primary coordinators, but their daughter Neve probably didn't understand the full scope of what was happening. She deserves a chance to rebuild without carrying her parents' guilt. Holly thought about Neve O'Sullivan, barely 21 years old, watching her family's reputation destroyed by revelations of financial crime. The young woman hadn't chosen to be born into a criminal operation, and she deserved support in creating a legitimate future. "What about the other families that were coerced into participation?" Sam asked. "Federal prosecutors are treating them as victims rather than co-conspirators. The evidence we gathered clearly shows the pattern of financial intimidation the network used to force cooperation." Elena shuffled through papers until she found a specific document. 17 families across 4 states are eligible for victim services and legal assistance. Our consultation work could help communities understand how to support these families rather than ostracizing them. The scope of their potential impact was staggering. Their investigation into art theft had revealed a way to protect dozens of communities from similar crimes. Jasper returned from the Historical Society, carrying a different box of files and looking pleased with his research. "Perfect timing," he said, seeing their gathering around the conference table. "I've got updates on the historical connections that might interest everyone." He set down the box and pulled out a thick folder. "The money laundering networks have been using mountain communities as operational centers since the early 1990s. But here's what's fascinating. They target the same types of businesses in every town. Cash-heavy establishments like restaurants, galleries, and gift shops. Community gathering places where large transactions don't seem unusual. Which means communities can learn to protect themselves," Holly realized. "Exactly. If business owners know what to look for, if local law enforcement understands the warning signs, If communities maintain healthy skepticism about financial irregularities. Jasper spread historical documents across the table. These criminal networks only succeed when they operate in secrecy. Elena leaned over the documents, her FBI training evident in how quickly she processed the patterns Jasper had identified. This research supports everything the Attorney General's task force is trying to accomplish: community education and early intervention. So what do we think? Holly asked, looking around at the faces of the people who'd become her chosen family. Do we accept the state contract? We get you Filierches might well. No, same. He stepped slightly under Nessic. It's exactly what we hoped to do when we decided to make this partnership permanent, Elena said. And it lets me use my technical skills to help communities, instead of hiding from the consequences of my past mistakes, Sam added. Plus, it gives me an excuse to dive deep into regional history and help communities understand their own stories, Jasper said. Holly felt the familiar surge of excitement that came with making a decision that aligned perfectly with her values. Then Hart, Holloway, Rodriguez, and Reeves Consulting officially accepts our first state government contract. Elena opened her laptop and began typing. I'll send our acceptance to the Attorney General's office this afternoon. Orientation next week, first consultation in Cedar Creek the following Monday. I should probably finish the workshop modifications before we start traveling for cases, Sam said, pulling up the architectural plans on their tablet. If we're going to be developing software for law enforcement agencies, we'll need proper technical facilities. And I'll need to coordinate with the Historical Society about accessing archives in other communities, Jasper added. Understanding local history is crucial for identifying how criminal networks establish themselves. Deep satisfaction settled over Holly as they discussed logistics and timelines. They weren't just solving crimes. They were building systems to prevent communities from becoming victims in the first place. Webb appeared at the office door, knocking despite the fact that it was propped open. Sorry to interrupt, but I wanted to update you on the local prosecutions. Come in, Holly said. We were just accepting our first state consulting contract. Congratulations. Webb settled into a chair and pulled out his notebook. You'll be interested to know that federal prosecutors have decided not to charge Neve O'Sullivan. The evidence shows she was essentially a victim of her parents' criminal operation. That's good news, Elena said. What about the other local businesses that were unknowingly involved? Listen, Turgety. Clean. The investigation showed that most local business owners had no idea their establishments were being used for money laundering. The criminals were very careful to keep the legitimate owners ignorant of the financial crimes. Relief washed over Holly. The investigation had shown that most of Millbrook Falls' business community had been victims rather than conspirators, which meant the town could heal instead of remaining permanently fractured. There's something else, Webb continued. The town council met this morning to discuss how to commemorate what happened here. They want to create a memorial for Finn Donnelly and Bridget O'Malley, honoring their courage in exposing the truth. Where? Sam asked. The town square, near your art installation. The council thinks it's appropriate to have the memorial close to the place where evidence was preserved and justice was ultimately served. Holly looked through the office window at the town square where children were playing while their parents sat on benches, talking and laughing. Normal life had returned, but it was normal life protected by knowledge and vigilance rather than ignorant bliss. I think Finn and Bridget would approve, she said. They died trying to protect this community. Having a memorial here ensures that future generations will understand the cost of the truth we uncovered. As Webb left to coordinate memorial planning, and Elena continued her correspondence with state officials, Holly reflected on how much had changed in the space of a few weeks. What had started as a simple art theft investigation had become a commitment to protecting communities across Colorado from sophisticated financial crimes. Sam's art installation still glowed softly in the afternoon light, now displaying images that honored the victims while celebrating the community's resilience. Elena's federal expertise had evolved into independent consulting
that would help dozens of towns. Jasper's research had revealed patterns that could prevent future victimization. And Holly's authentication skills had expanded into coordination work that protected families from criminal exploitation. They'd found their calling in the intersection of justice and community service, using their diverse skills to ensure that small towns would never again be easy targets for criminal networks.
Ready for our next adventure?
Elena asked, closing her laptop after sending their contract acceptance.
Holly looked around at the friends who'd become business partners, at the office that had become their headquarters for community protection, at the town square where their work had made a real difference.
Absolutely, she said. Hart, Holloway, Rodriguez, and Reeves Consulting is ready to help any community that needs us. Outside, Millbrook Falls continued its peaceful afternoon routine, secure in the knowledge that truth had prevailed and justice had been served. But Holly knew their real work was just beginning. There were other small towns facing similar threats, other communities that needed advocates who understood both the complexities of financial crime and the importance of local knowledge.
The art of starting over wasn't just about reclaiming individual identities. It was about rebuilding communities stronger than before, protected by awareness and united by shared commitment to truth.
Chapter 16.
Green Shoots of Recovery.
Spring rain drummed against the windows of Hart, Holloway, Rodriguez, and Reeves Consulting as Holly opened the morning mail. 3 weeks had passed since they'd accepted the Colorado Attorney General's contract, and their small office had become busier than she'd ever imagined possible. Requests for consultation arrived daily. Sheriffs from mountain communities reporting suspicious financial patterns, insurance companies seeking fraud investigation support, and federal agencies wanting training programs for rural law enforcement.
Elena looked up from her laptop where she was video conferencing with a sheriff from Grand Junction.
They're seeing the same cryptocurrency transaction patterns we found here. Art sales with inflated prices, cash-heavy businesses showing unusual profit spikes, and local families suddenly able to afford expensive purchases. How many communities does that make? Holly asked, sorting through consultation requests. 14 confirmed, with another 6 showing possible indicators. Elena's expression carried both satisfaction and concern. The network we exposed was bigger than anyone realized. Sam emerged from their newly renovated workshop upstairs, carrying a prototype device that looked like a cross between a tablet and a scanner. The portable financial analysis tool is ready for field testing. Point it at financial documents and it flags suspicious patterns in real time. Holly examined the sleek device, impressed by Sam's work. In just 3 weeks, they'd transformed from a witness in hiding to a technical innovator, developing tools that could protect communities across the region. How does it work? Point it at any financial document and it cross-references against known laundering patterns. If it finds matches, it alerts local law enforcement immediately. Sam's pride in the technology was evident. No more waiting weeks for federal analysis.
That's brilliant, Elena said, ending her video call.
Grand Junction wants to be the first test site. They're dealing with a gallery owner who's been selling contemporary art at prices that don't match market values. Excitement surged through Holly, the familiar feeling that came with new challenges. Their consulting business was evolving beyond simple casework into developing comprehensive protection systems for small communities. Each successful consultation led to referrals, creating a network of law enforcement agencies that trusted their expertise. Jasper arrived carrying coffee and a stack of historical research documents. I've got updates on the genealogy project. The money laundering networks have been hitting Colorado mountain towns since 1987. Same pattern every time. Get in with respected families, use community events for cover, disappear when cops get close. How many towns were affected over the years? Holly asked. At least 47 that I can document. Probably more. Jasper spread maps across the conference table,
each marked with dates and criminal activity patterns. But here's what's interesting. Since we exposed the methodology, 3 different law enforcement agencies have successfully identified and stopped similar operations before they became established. Elena stood and moved to the maps, her FBI training evident in how quickly she processed the geographical patterns. We're not just solving crimes anymore. We're preventing them.
I've got good news, Holly said, holding up an official-looking letter. The Colorado State Police want to award Hart, Holloway, Rodriguez, and Reeves Consulting official recognition for outstanding service in financial crime prevention.
Sam grinned. Official recognition for a business that didn't exist 2 months ago. A business run by people who were hiding their identities 2 months ago, Elena added with amusement.
Holly laughed, thinking about how drastically their lives had changed. Elena had gone from FBI agent to independent consultant. Sam had stopped hiding their identity. Jasper had become a specialized historical researcher. And Holly had evolved from document authenticator to community protection coordinator.
Plus, 3 insurance companies affected by the art theft scheme want to hire us for fraud prevention training. And the FBI is requesting our consultation on cryptocurrency crimes in rural areas. My former colleagues want to hire my current business, Elena said. That's either ironic or appropriate.
Both, Sam suggested. You left federal service to do this work independently, and now federal agencies realize they need independent consultants to do it effectively.
Webb knocked on the office door, then entered without waiting for permission. A casual familiarity that had developed over their weeks of collaboration. Sorry to interrupt, but I've got updates on the victim restitution program. Good news or complicated news? Holly asked. Both. The good news is that 17 families across 4 states are receiving support services and legal assistance. Most will recover financially from their coerced participation in money laundering operations. Webb settled into a chair and consulted his notebook. The complicated news is that 3 families are struggling with community acceptance despite being officially recognized as victims. Elena frowned. Which families?
2 in Montana, 1 in Utah. Small towns where the revelation of money laundering has created suspicion about anyone who benefited financially, even unwittingly. Webb's expression carried frustration. People understand intellectually that these families were victims, but emotionally, they're having trouble separating victim from perpetrator. Holly's chest tightened with sympathy. The families Webb described were dealing with the same kind of community suspicion she'd witnessed in Millbrook Falls immediately after the arrests. What kind of support do they need? I mean, community mediation, probably. Someone who understands both the criminal methodology and the healing process. Webb looked at Holly directly. Someone who helped a community work through similar trauma. The implication was clear. Webb was suggesting that Holly's role in helping Millbrook Falls process the betrayal of trusted businesses qualified her to help other communities facing similar challenges. That's not exactly our area of expertise, Holly said carefully. Actually, it might be, Elena interrupted. Community healing after financial crime is becoming specialized work. Federal agencies are realizing that solving crimes is only half the challenge. Communities need help processing betrayal and rebuilding trust. Sam looked up from the financial analysis device they'd been fine-tuning. The technical solutions are important, but they don't address the human cost of financial crimes. Maybe that's where our real value lies. Holly considered the suggestion. They'd been focused on preventing crimes and prosecuting criminals, but the aftermath, helping communities heal from betrayal and rebuild stronger institutions, was equally important work. How would that look practically? She asked. Community workshops about financial crime recognition and prevention, Elena suggested. But also mediated discussions about trust, healing, and moving forward after discovering that respected institutions have been compromised. Historical context presentations showing how other communities have faced similar challenges and recovered, Jasper added. People need to understand they're not alone in dealing with this kind of betrayal. And technical education about protecting themselves from future victimization, Sam concluded. Combining prevention with healing.
Webb nodded approvingly.
That's exactly what these communities need. Law enforcement can catch criminals and prosecutors can pursue justice. But healing requires a different kind of expertise. Holly looked around at the friends who'd become business partners, seeing excitement and determination in their faces. They were talking about expanding their services again, but this time into territory that felt deeply personal. Using their own experience of community betrayal and recovery to help other places facing similar challenges.
We'd need additional training, she said. Community mediation, trauma counseling techniques, group facilitation skills.
The Attorney General's office offers funding for professional development, Elena replied. And there are university programs specifically designed for community healing work. I could develop historical case studies showing successful recovery patterns, Jasper offered. Give communities hope by showing them examples of places that have not only survived similar betrayals, but become stronger because of them. And I could create technical workshops that empower community members to protect themselves, Sam added. Education reduces vulnerability. Warmth spread through Holly, the familiar feeling that came with decisions that aligned perfectly with her values. They weren't just building a consulting business, they were creating a comprehensive support system for communities facing complex challenges that required both technical expertise and emotional healing. Agent Martinez is driving up from Denver this afternoon. He wants to discuss expanding our collaboration with federal agencies. More consulting contracts? Elena asked.
More than that. He's talking about making Hart, Holloway, Rodriguez, and Reeves Consulting the official liaison between federal financial crime units and rural law enforcement agencies. Webb's smile suggested he knew how significant this opportunity was. You'd become the go-to experts for protecting small communities from sophisticated financial crimes.
Oh, the scope of what Webb was describing took Holly's breath away. 6 months ago, she'd been running a simple document authentication service. Now, they were being offered the chance to become the primary resource for protecting rural communities from financial crime. When is Martinez arriving? Elena asked.
2:00, which gives us time to discuss whether we're ready for that level of responsibility.
Holly looked around the office that had become the headquarters for work she'd never imagined doing. The conference table where they'd planned investigations, the filing cabinets full of case documentation, the maps showing communities they'd helped protect, and the technical equipment Sam had developed for preventing financial crimes.
We're ready, she said without hesitation.
We've proven we can solve complex cases, prevent future crimes, and help communities heal from betrayal. If federal agencies want to formalize that expertise, we should accept.
Elena nodded. I left the FBI to do this work independently. Having them recognize our value while maintaining our autonomy is the best possible outcome.
I'm in, Sam said. Using my technical skills to protect communities instead of hiding from my past feels like the right use of my abilities. Historical research in service of community protection, Jasper added. It's exactly what I hoped to do when I started studying regional patterns.
Webb stood and headed for the door.
I'll let Martinez know you're interested in discussing expansion. This afternoon should be very interesting. After Webb left, the four partners sat in comfortable silence, processing the magnitude of the opportunity they were being offered. Holly thought about the journey that had brought them together. Elena's witness protection assignment, Sam's years in hiding, Jasper's research expertise, and her own evolution from document authenticator to community protector. Are we really going to become the official experts on rural financial crime prevention?
Sam asked.
"Looks like it," Elena replied. "The question is whether we're prepared for the responsibility that comes with that recognition." Holly looked out the window at Millbrook Falls, where people were going about their normal routines in a community that had faced betrayal and chosen healing over suspicion. Their work had made a real difference here, and now they had the chance to extend that protection to communities across the region.
"We're prepared," she said. "We've learned from our mistakes, documented our methods, and proven our effectiveness. Communities need advocates who understand both the technical and human sides of financial crime."
"Plus," Jasper added with a grin, "we've got the best coffee shop in Colorado right down the street. Martinez is going to love our meeting facilities." Deep satisfaction washed over Holly with the choices they'd made. They'd chosen truth over comfortable lies, community protection over personal safety, and collaborative expertise over individual recognition. The green shoots of recovery weren't just growing in Millbrook Falls. They were spreading to communities across Colorado, nurtured by people who understood that preventing crime was just as important as solving it, and that healing required as much expertise as investigation. Hart, Holloway, Rodriguez, and Reeves Consulting was ready to help communities grow stronger from the seeds of their own resilience. Chapter 17. Irish eyes are smiling. Dawn light painted Millbrook Falls in shades of emerald and gold, transforming the town square into something from a postcard. 2 weeks had passed since the arrests at the original festival, and today's rescheduled St. Patrick's Day celebration felt different. Quieter somehow, but also more genuine. Holly stood at her office window, watching the early setup crew arrange tables for Irish heritage displays. Festival grounds that had once echoed with terrified screams now bustled with determined residents rebuilding something beautiful from something broken. "Ready for this?" Elena asked, joining her at the window with 2 cups of coffee. "I think so." Holly accepted the warm mug gratefully. "Though I'm not sure I'll ever see festival crowds the same way again." "That's not necessarily bad. Awareness makes us better protectors." Elena had officially resigned from the FBI 3 days ago, filing the paperwork that made her commitment to Millbrook Falls permanent. The federal agents had finally packed up their temporary command center, leaving behind only the normal rhythms of small-town life and the kind of healing that happened slowly, one conversation at a time. Jasper emerged from the back office, carrying a box of memorial programs. "The printer finished these at dawn. I think Finn and Bridget would have liked them." Holly examined the elegant programs he'd designed for today's memorial service. Finn Donnelly's photograph showed his genuine smile and careful eyes, the expression of a man who'd spent his life looking for truth in beautiful objects. Bridget O'Malley's picture captured her mid-laugh, probably telling one of her stories about Dublin neighborhoods and family recipes. "Have you seen Sam's installation this morning?" Jasper asked. "Not yet. They were still working on modifications when I left yesterday." "You should. It's powerful." They walked together toward the town square, passing residents who nodded and smiled with the particular warmth Holly had learned to recognize as Millbrook Falls' way of claiming someone as family. Investigating crimes had tested relationships, revealed secrets, and forced difficult conversations about trust and betrayal. But somehow those challenges had strengthened rather than weakened community bonds. Mrs. Patterson waved from her flower stand, where shamrocks nestled among spring daffodils. "Holly, dear, thank you for organizing the memorial service." Finn would be so pleased to be remembered alongside the celebration. "He earned it," Holly replied. "His integrity saved this community." Sam's art installation dominated the center of the square. But the digital display that had once shown abstract patterns now featured portraits of community members, not just Finn and Bridget, but dozens of residents who'd made Millbrook Falls stronger through small acts of courage and kindness. The images transitioned slowly, accompanied by quotes about truth, justice,
and the importance of protecting what matters most.
Sam outdid themselves, Elena murmured, reading a quote from Bridget O'Malley about the responsibility of communities to protect their most vulnerable members. They've been working with Sheriff Webb to document everyone who helped during the investigation, Jasper explained. The installation's called Faces of Courage. Even Mrs. Chen is included for reporting suspicious financial activity at her restaurant. Holly watched Webb himself appear on the display, his stern features softened by a quote about the value of civilian partnerships in law enforcement. The sheriff had fought hard against federal pressure to exclude Hart, Holloway, Rodriguez, and Reeves Consulting from the investigation's final stages, establishing protocols that would let them work together on future cases.
Holly!
Maeve Morrison hurried across the square, her festival committee badge bright against a green sweater. We need you to approve the memorial setup before people start arriving. A peaceful corner of the square housed the memorial area, bordered by flower arrangements that mixed traditional Irish blooms with Colorado wildflowers. 2 elegant displays honored Finn and Bridget, but the centerpiece was a simple stone engraved with words Holly had suggested. Truth seekers protect communities. Communities protect truth seekers. It's perfect, Holly said, throat tightening with emotion. They would have been proud. The O'Sullivan family wants to apologize again, Maeve continued. Sean feels terrible about his family's involvement in the financial crimes, even though he wasn't personally involved. He doesn't need to apologize for his cousin's choices. Sean's pub was a victim of the money laundering scheme, not a participant. I know, but you know how guilt works in Irish families. Holly laughed despite her emotions. Tell him the best apology is participating fully in today's celebration. This festival is about healing, not blame. By mid-morning, residents filled the square with lawn chairs and picnic baskets. Irish musicians tuned their instruments near the stage, while children wearing Shamrock stickers chased each other around memorial displays. A careful balance hung in the air between celebration and reverence, acknowledging recent trauma while choosing to focus on hope. Elena took the stage at 11 o'clock, looking elegant and confident in a dark green dress that made her FBI training invisible and her community commitment clear. Holly watched from the front row as her business partner adjusted the microphone and smiled at the gathered crowd. 6 months ago, I came to Millbrook Falls thinking I needed peace and quiet, Elena began, her voice carrying clearly across the square. What I found instead was a community that taught me something invaluable about protection. The crowd settled into attentive silence. Even the children seemed to sense the importance of Elena's words. I spent 15 years as a federal agent, thinking that protection meant keeping secrets, maintaining surveillance, and trusting only official channels. But this community showed me that real protection comes from looking out for each other, speaking up when something feels wrong, and refusing to let fear silence truth. Elena's eyes found Holly's face in the crowd. Finn Donnelly noticed financial patterns that didn't make sense, and he asked for help instead of staying silent. Bridget O'Malley shared information that didn't fit, even though it complicated a simple narrative. Mrs. Chen reported suspicious activity, despite language barriers that made communication difficult. Sam Reeves shared technical expertise that was painful to discuss because it meant revealing personal vulnerability. Holly felt Jasper's hand squeeze hers as Elena continued. Every person who contributed to this investigation took a risk. You risked being wrong, being embarrassed, being disbelieved, or being targeted for retaliation. But you took those risks because you understood something fundamental about community protection. It only works when everyone participates. The crowd murmured agreement, and Holly saw residents nodding to neighbors who'd shown particular courage during the investigation. Small towns face complex crimes that overwhelm traditional law enforcement resources, Elena said. Financial fraud, identity theft, money laundering. These crimes cross jurisdictions and require specialized expertise that most rural communities can't afford.
Several heads nodded in the crowd. Mrs. Chen called out, "That's exactly what happened to us." "But you proved something important," Elena continued, her voice gaining warmth. "Community awareness and mutual support can expose criminal networks that might otherwise operate undetected for years." She paused, letting her words settle before continuing. "Today we celebrate Irish heritage, but we also celebrate the kind of courage that builds lasting communities. The courage to ask difficult questions. The courage to trust your neighbors with uncomfortable truths. The courage to stand together when faced with threats that seem too big for any individual to handle." Warm, sustained applause filled the air, carrying recognition that Elena's words captured something essential about what they'd all experienced together. Holly took the stage next, her heart pounding with nervousness despite her practice sessions with Jasper. Public speaking had never been her strength, but this message mattered too much to leave unsaid. Finn Donnelly and Bridget O'Malley died because they chose truth over safety, she began, her voice gaining strength as she spoke. They're not here to see the criminal network dismantled or the stolen money recovered. They can't hear us promise to honor their courage or feel our gratitude for their sacrifice. Complete silence settled over the square now, even the spring breeze seeming to pause. But their families are here. Their friends are here. The community they protected is here. And we can choose to make their deaths meaningful by continuing the work they started. Holly gestured toward Sam's installation, where Finn and Bridget's portraits glowed among the faces of their neighbors. Truth-seeking isn't a job for law enforcement alone. It's not the responsibility of federal agents or private investigators or consulting businesses. It's the responsibility of every person who cares about their community's safety and integrity. She found Sam in the crowd, sitting with Sheriff Webb and several federal agents who'd stayed for the memorial service. Each of you proved that ordinary people can protect their communities from extraordinary crimes. Not through violence or vigilantism, but through awareness, communication, and the courage to act when action is needed. Holly's voice grew stronger as she reached her conclusion. Hart, Holloway, Rodriguez, and Reeves Consulting exists because this community showed us there's a need for investigation services designed specifically for small towns facing complex crimes. But our success depends on partnerships with residents who know their communities well enough to spot what doesn't belong. Enthusiastic applause erupted, accompanied by cheers from several residents who'd been particularly helpful during the investigation. Irish music filled the air as the formal ceremony transitioned into celebration, and food vendors opened their booths. Holly moved through the crowd, accepting thanks and congratulations, while keeping an eye on various activities that made the festival feel both familiar and transformed. The art walk had been completely redesigned, featuring local artists whose work celebrated community resilience rather than showcasing pieces connected to money laundering schemes. Children's activities focused on Irish heritage education instead of expensive entertainment that might have hidden financial irregularities. Even the food vendors had been carefully vetted to ensure their businesses operated transparently. "Holly!" Sean O'Sullivan caught up with her near the music stage, his face earnest with the need to express emotions that had been building for days. "I need to thank you again for believing that my family's pub wasn't involved in the crimes. Evidence cleared your business, Sean. I just followed where it led." "You could have just assumed we were all guilty because of what my cousins did," Sean continued. "But you actually looked into it, figured out who was really involved and who got used." Holly accepted his gratitude, while privately acknowledging how close she'd come to making exactly that kind of assumption. Elena's FBI training had been crucial in teaching her to separate family connections from actual criminal participation. "How's business recovering?" she asked.
"Better than expected. People understand that Shamrock's pub was used for money laundering without our knowledge or consent. Several regular customers have made a point of increasing their visits to show support."
That's community healing in action. Speaking of which, Sean's expression grew more serious. "I wanted you to know that the O'Sullivan family is establishing a fund to help other small towns that face similar financial crimes. We're calling it the Donnelly O'Malley Community Protection Foundation." Holly felt tears threaten at the generosity of the gesture. Finn and Bridget would be honored. "We hope so. We also hope Hart, Holloway, Rodriguez, and Reeves Consulting will consider working with the foundation to identify communities that need investigation assistance."
"We'd be honored to help." As the afternoon progressed, Holly found herself alternating between celebration and reflection. The music was genuinely joyful, the food was excellent, and the community atmosphere felt healing rather than forced. But she couldn't forget that 2 people had died to expose the truth they were celebrating today. Jasper found her during a quiet moment, bringing her a plate of traditional Irish stew and sitting beside her on a bench that faced Sam's installation. "How are you holding up?" he asked. "It's strange. I feel happy and sad at the same time." "That seems appropriate. We're celebrating justice, but justice came at a cost." Unquote. Holly watched the installation cycle through community portraits, pausing on a quote from Finn Donnelly about the responsibility of authenticators to distinguish between genuine and fraudulent items. "Do you think we would have become friends with them?" she asked. "Finn and Bridget, I mean. If they'd lived through this." "I think so." Finn had the same kind of curiosity about truth that drives you. And Bridget had Elena's talent for seeing patterns that other people miss. They would have liked this celebration. They would have loved that their deaths led to something positive instead of just ending something beautiful. Evening approached and formal activities wound down, but residents lingered in the square, reluctant to end a day that had felt both cathartic and restorative. Elena joined Holly and Jasper on their bench, carrying 3 cups of Irish coffee from Sean's pub. "Webb wants to talk with us tomorrow about the Montana case," Elena said. "Apparently, the sheriff there is dealing with suspicious cattle deaths that might be connected to insurance fraud." "Are you ready for another case so soon?" Holly asked. "I think so. This investigation taught me that I can help communities without becoming emotionally detached from them. That's something I never learned during my FBI career." Sam approached their bench, looking satisfied and slightly exhausted. The installation seemed to work well today. People really engaged with the community portraits. "It was perfect," Holly said. "Thank you for making something beautiful out of something terrible." That's what art is for, right? Transforming experience into meaning. Sunset painted the mountains in brilliant colors, casting long shadows across the square. Holly felt satisfaction settle over her. A day that had honored the past while celebrating the future. Today's rescheduled St. Patrick's Day festival had become something different from what anyone originally planned. Less about cultural authenticity or commercial success, and more about community healing that happened when people chose courage over fear. Criminal networks were dismantled. Stolen money was being returned to victims. Perpetrators faced prosecution in multiple jurisdictions. But those accomplishments felt less important than deeper changes in Millbrook Falls itself. Increased awareness, strengthened connections, commitment to protecting what mattered most. Holly watched Elena laugh at something Sam said, while Jasper documented the evening's activities for his historical archives. Sheriff Webb talked quietly with federal agents who'd become friends rather than temporary allies. Children played among memorial flowers, while their parents planned next year's celebration with genuine enthusiasm. This was what justice looked like when it succeeded completely. Not just punishment for criminals, but healing for communities that had been harmed.
Truth had been served, but more importantly, truth-seeking had been celebrated as a community value worth protecting and passing down.
"Ready to head home?"
Jasper asked as the crowd began to disperse.
"Almost."
Holly stood and walked once more to the memorial display, reading the simple stone inscription in the fading light. Truth seekers protect communities. Communities protect truth seekers. She touched the stone gently, making a silent promise to Finn Donnelly and Bridget O'Malley that their courage would continue inspiring others long after today's celebration ended. Elena joined her at the memorial. They would have been proud of what we built from their sacrifice.
"I hope so.
I hope we're worthy of their trust."
We will be.
As long as we keep choosing truth over comfort, community over convenience, and courage over fear.
As they walked home together through streets that sparkled with leftover shamrocks and the warm glow of porch lights, Holly felt the deep satisfaction of belonging to something larger than herself. A community that had faced its darkest challenges and chosen to emerge stronger, more honest, and more protective of what truly mattered.
The investigation was over.
The healing was just beginning. And Hart, Holloway, Rodriguez, and Reeves Consulting was ready for whatever truth needed seeking next.
Chapter
18. New partnerships.
"I've never been officially employed before," Sam said, staring at the business license amendment forms spread across Holly's desk. "Not as myself, anyway." Holly looked up from her laptop where she'd been updating their consulting website. 3 days had passed since the memorial celebration, and Sam's decision to join Hart, Holloway, and Rodriguez Consulting had sparked a flurry of paperwork that made everything feel wonderfully, bureaucratically real.
We can change the order if you want, Jasper offered from his corner chair, where he was researching business insurance policies.
Hart, Holloway, Reeves, and Rodriguez has a nice ring to it.
No. Sam's voice carried quiet determination.
Elena's been part of this longer. I'm grateful just to be included.
The back office door opened, and Elena appeared with a fresh pot of coffee,
wearing the expression Holly had learned meant important phone calls had been made. "Just heard from the state registration office. Everything gets processed by the end of the week. Hart, Holloway, Rodriguez, and Reeves Consulting will officially exist."
4 names seems excessive, Holly said, accepting a steaming mug.
Maybe we should consider abbreviations. HHRR Consulting? Jasper wrinkled his nose. Sounds like we clear our throats professionally.
Sam laughed, a sound that had become more frequent since their decision to reclaim their identity.
What about something simpler? Community Protection Services? Small Town Solutions?
We're overthinking this.
Elena settled into the chair across from Holly's desk. The important thing is establishing clear protocols now that we're expanding. Speaking of which, Webb should be here any minute. As if summoned, Sheriff Webb's truck pulled into the parking space outside their office. Holly watched him gather a thick folder and what appeared to be official county documents before heading toward their door.
"Morning,"
Webb said, entering with the kind of measured authority that had made him an effective law enforcement partner. "I brought the cooperation agreements and case referral protocols." He spread several documents across Holly's desk, transforming their casual morning meeting into something that felt significantly more official. "This makes you authorized consultants for complex cases that are too big for local law enforcement," Webb explained, pointing to different sections. "You'll have access to case files, evidence, and witness interviews, but you'll operate under specific guidelines." Holly scanned the first page, noting legal language that formalized what they'd been doing informally. What kind of guidelines? Like evidence handling, chain of custody, witness protection, jurisdictional boundaries. Webb pointed to different sections as he spoke. Federal agents insisted on this after seeing how our cooperation worked on the money laundering case.
Makes sense.
Elena's FBI experience made her comfortable with bureaucratic requirements. Clear protocols protect Everyone. There's also compensation structure, Webb continued. County has approved consultant fees for complex cases. Won't make you rich, but it acknowledges the value of your expertise. Sam looked surprised. They're going to pay us? You're providing specialized technical analysis that would cost the county significantly more if we hired outside firms, Webb replied. Plus, you understand small-town dynamics in ways that big city consultants don't. A flutter of pride mixed with nervous excitement ran through Holly, the kind that came with major life changes. 6 months ago, she'd been running a small authentication business and trying to find her place in Millbrook Falls. Now she was part of a consulting team that law enforcement agencies actively sought out. "What's our first official case?" she asked. Webb's usually stern features transformed with a smile. "Montana sheriff called this morning. Cattle deaths with suspicious insurance claims, just like I mentioned before. But it gets more interesting." He pulled out a photograph showing several dead cattle in a pasture. Animals died suddenly, no obvious cause. Insurance payouts were processed quickly, but the replacement cattle were purchased at inflated prices from specific dealers. Money laundering through livestock. Elena studied the image with interest. Creative. Gets better. The insurance adjuster handling the claims recently moved to Montana from Colorado, and the cattle dealers have connections to art galleries in Denver. Investigation instincts activated, that familiar tingle of curiosity and determination. How many ranches are affected? 12 so far, all in small towns across 3 counties. Local law enforcement is overwhelmed, and state police suspect this connects to larger financial networks. ... Technical curiosity sparked in Sam's voice. "When do we leave?" "Next week, if you're interested." Montana Sheriff wants a 4-day consultation, all expenses paid. Exchanging glances with Elena, Jasper, and Sam, Holly saw excitement and determination in their faces. Their first official case as a complete team, with law enforcement backing and clear protocols. "We're interested," she said. Webb gathered his documents, leaving copies for their files. "I'll confirm with Montana and send you case details. This is good work, all of you. The kind of crimes you solved here would have taken federal task forces months to unravel." After Webb left, silence settled over the office as the magnitude of their expansion really sank in. They weren't just friends helping each other anymore. They were a legitimate consulting business with official recognition and paying clients. "I should probably learn more about cattle." Sam's voice broke the contemplative silence. "Montana law enforcement procedures for me," Elena added. "I should start documenting our methods for future cases." Jasper set down his pen and stretched. Looking around at her partners, because that's what they were now, official business partners, Holly felt gratitude tighten her chest. "I should call the insurance companies about the Pine Ridge recovery efforts. We still have work to finish here." Productive efficiency marked the morning as each team member focused on expanding responsibilities. An hour on the phone with insurance adjusters kept Holly busy, coordinating the return of stolen art pieces and fraudulent financial claims. The complexity of untangling legitimate from illegitimate transactions required careful documentation that would support prosecution efforts across multiple states. Video calls with sheriffs from 3 different small towns filled Elena's schedule, offering to train their departments in recognizing financial crime patterns. Her FBI experience made her uniquely qualified to bridge the gap between federal expertise and local needs. Digital forensics protocols occupied Sam's attention, developing systems that could be adapted for different types of cryptocurrency investigations. Their experience with both technical systems and criminal exploitation made them invaluable for complex financial crimes. Case documentation methods became Jasper's focus, creating standardized forms for witness interviews, evidence tracking, and historical research. His attention to detail and archival experience ensured that their investigations would meet legal standards. From her desk, Elena called out, "Holly?" Sheriff Martinez from Utah wants to schedule a consultation about suspicious art sales in Park City. Apparently, several galleries have been selling pieces with questionable provenance documents.
When?
2 weeks from now. 3-day investigation, similar to the Montana case. Excitement built in Holly's chest. That's your specialty area, art authentication fraud. Our specialty area. Elena's correction carried warmth. This only works because we have complementary skills. Around noon, Maeve Morrison arrived carrying sandwiches from the diner and wearing the expression that meant community news awaited sharing. Thought you might be too busy with important business matters to remember lunch. She distributed wrapped sandwiches with practiced efficiency. Word's getting around about your official consulting status. Unwrapping what appeared to be turkey and Swiss, Holly asked, "Good word or bad word?" "Good. People are proud that Millbrook Falls produced something other communities want to hire." Mrs. Chin said it proves we're not just a small mountain town anymore. We're experts other people respect. We're still a small mountain town. Holly took a bite of her sandwich. We're just a small mountain town that happens to be good at solving complex crimes. Speaking of which, Maeve continued, Sean O'Sullivan wants to discuss the Donnelly O'Malley Community Protection Foundation with you. He's been talking with other business owners about funding consulting services for towns that can't afford to hire private investigators. Looking up from their computer, Sam's interest sharpened. A foundation that helps small communities pay for investigation services? Exactly. Sean thinks Finn and Bridget would have wanted their deaths to lead to something that protects other communities from similar crimes. Emotion tightened Holly's throat at the idea. Their work expanding beyond paying clients to include community service felt like the right way to honor the people who died exposing the truth. We should definitely talk with Sean, she said. There's more, Maeve continued. Mayor Davidson wants Hart, Holloway, Rodriguez, and Reeves Consulting to consider establishing a permanent office here, maybe expanding to train other investigation teams. A consulting training center? Elena asked. Small Town Investigation Academy, Maeve explained, teaching law enforcement officers and civilian volunteers how to recognize and investigate complex financial crimes in rural communities. Setting down his sandwich, Jasper's expression grew thoughtful. That could be really valuable. Most small towns face similar vulnerabilities. Limited resources, outsider criminals exploiting local trust, financial crimes that cross jurisdictions. We'd need to maintain our casework. Holly's mind already worked through possibilities. But training other people to do what we do could help dozens of communities. Hundreds, Sam corrected. If we develop replicable methods and train trainers, the impact could spread across multiple states. Around the office, Holly surveyed the future they were building together. Case files and legal documents mixed with coffee cups and friendship. Professional protocols alongside personal relationships. Individual expertise combined into something more powerful than any of them could achieve alone. We're really doing this, she said. Building something that matters. We already built it, Elena's reply carried quiet confidence. Now we're just making it official and sharing it with people who need it. The afternoon brought a steady stream of phone calls and emails as word spread about their expanded services. A sheriff from Wyoming wanted consultation on cattle rustling with insurance fraud components. An FBI agent requested their assistance with a multi-state money laundering case involving cryptocurrency and art sales. A mayor from New Mexico asked about training services for her town's police department. By 5 o'clock, potential case files, training requests, and partnership proposals covered Holly's desk. The small authentication business she'd started 6 months ago had evolved into something she never could have imagined. We're going to need more office space. She surveyed the controlled chaos. And probably an assistant, Jasper added. Someone to handle scheduling and communications while we're traveling for cases. And more sophisticated computer equipment. Sam's practical side emerged. If we're going to be doing digital forensics regularly, we need professional-grade hardware.
And training materials.
Elena ticked off items on her fingers. Standardized curricula for different types of financial crime recognition.
Overwhelming and exhilarating sensations battled in Holly's chest. Success brought wonderful complications.
The kind of problems that meant their work was valuable and their skills were in demand.
One step at a time, she said.
Montana first, then Utah, then we figure out the training center and foundation partnership.
Agreed, Elena said. We proved we can work together under pressure. Now we prove we can build something sustainable.
Sam began shutting down their computer while Jasper organized the day's paperwork into neat stacks. The ordinary rituals of ending a workday felt different now, less like friends helping each other, and more like professionals managing a growing enterprise.
Dinner at my place tonight? Holly asked.
We should celebrate officially becoming business partners. Tot, tot, tot.
Can't, Elena said. I'm meeting with the real estate agent about putting an offer on the house on Maple Street.
The Blue Victorian?
Jasper asked.
That's the one.
3 bedrooms, big kitchen, office space in the converted sunroom. Perfect for someone planning to stay in Millbrook Falls permanently. Holly felt happiness bubble up at Elena's obvious commitment to their community and partnership. Need help with negotiations? I think I can handle it. FBI training included dealing with difficult people. Plus, now you're officially employed with verifiable income, Sam pointed out. Makes mortgage applications easier. Speaking of which, Holly said, we should discuss profit sharing and business structure. Equal partners or different percentages based on investment and experience.
Equal partners, Elena said without hesitation.
We each bring different skills, but we're all essential to what this business becomes.
Agreed,
Jasper and Sam said simultaneously, then laughed at their synchronization.
Holly locked the office door behind them, pausing to read the temporary sign that announced, Hart, Holloway, Rodriguez, and Reeves Consulting, Community Protection Services. In a few days, that sign would be official, backed by legal documents and law enforcement partnerships. The satisfaction of meaningful work, combined with friendship that had deepened into chosen family, washed over Holly as they walked to their cars in the gathering dusk. The investigation that had brought them together was over, but the relationships and purpose they'd discovered were just beginning. Montana cattle, she said, shaking her head with amusement.
6 months ago, I was authenticating family heirlooms. Now, I'm going to investigate suspicious livestock deaths.
6 months ago, I was in witness protection hiding from my past, Sam replied.
Now I'm officially employed as a digital forensics specialist.
6 months ago, I was burned out from FBI work and looking for peace, Elena added.
Now I'm training other law enforcement agencies and buying a house. ...
6 months ago, I was worried about Holly getting involved in dangerous situations, Jasper concluded.
Now I'm her business partner, planning to investigate crimes across multiple states.
They stood together in the parking lot, 4 people who'd been brought together by circumstances and chosen to stay together through commitment. Tomorrow would bring new cases, new challenges, and new opportunities to protect communities from complex crimes. But tonight,
they were simply friends who'd built something meaningful together and were excited to see where it would take them next.
Montana cattle, Holly repeated,
grinning at the absurdity and possibility of it all.
Hart, Holloway, Rodriguez, and Reeves Consulting is ready for anything, Elena said with confidence. And driving home through familiar streets toward the life she'd chosen, Holly knew she was right. Chapter 19. Spring Forward.
Daffodils pushed through the last patches of snow outside Holly's office window, their bright yellow heads a cheerful declaration that winter was finally losing its grip on Millbrook Falls. Late March sunshine streamed across her desk, warming the papers scattered there. Case files from Montana,
training curricula Elena had developed, and a wedding planning notebook that made her smile every time she saw it.
3 weeks had passed since their official business partnership launched, and the pace of change felt both exhilarating and slightly overwhelming. Holly stretched in her chair, working out the kinks from hunching over her laptop while reviewing consultation requests that had arrived overnight.
"Coffee's ready," Jasper called from the small kitchen area they'd installed in what used to be a storage closet. The aroma of fresh brewing filled the office, mixing with the scent of spring air flowing through cracked windows.
"Bless you."
Holly saved her work and crossed to accept a steaming mug. "How many requests came in last night?"
14.
8 from law enforcement agencies, 4 from insurance companies, and 2 from other consulting firms wanting partnership discussions.
14.
She shook her head in amazement. "Remember when we thought the Pine Ridge case was a big deal?"
That was 6 weeks ago. Now we're booked solid through June.
Through the window, Holly watched Elena emerge from her car, carrying a box that probably contained more training materials. Since moving into the blue Victorian on Maple Street 2 weeks ago, Elena had thrown herself into community involvement with the same methodical efficiency she'd once applied to FBI cases. The door chimed as Elena entered, bringing spring air and an expression of someone who'd been up since dawn organizing the world.
Morning.
"I've got the final training packets for the Montana Sheriff's Department, plus 3 more agencies want to schedule sessions." She set the box on the conference table they'd added when their client meetings outgrew Holly's desk. "Also, Mrs. Patterson asked if we'd consider sponsoring a booth at the Spring Craft Fair."
What kind of booth?
Holly accepted another coffee from Jasper, noting how naturally he'd started anticipating Elena's caffeine needs, too. "Community safety education. Teaching people how to recognize financial fraud, what to do if they suspect money laundering, basic personal security measures."
That's actually brilliant,
Jasper commented, settling into his chair with a stack of research files. Community education prevents crimes, instead of just solving them after the fact.
My thoughts exactly.
Plus, it keeps us connected to Millbrook Falls while we're traveling for cases. Sam's arrival interrupted their planning session. The artist turned digital forensics expert, carrying their laptop bag and wearing the satisfied expression of someone who'd solved a complex technical problem.
Good morning, fellow crime fighters.
Sam's cheerful greeting had become a morning ritual since officially joining the team. "I've got updates on the Montana cattle investigation and news about the Utah art fraud case."
Montana first,
Holly requested, settling back into her chair. "Sheriff Morrison called with good news about our cryptocurrency analysis." Sam grinned. "Helped them track the network to 7 more counties. They're working with the feds to shut down the whole operation."
How many ranches were affected?
Elena asked, pulling out her notebook.
43 ranches with fraudulent claims over $2 million.
Sam's satisfaction was evident. Insurance companies are helping with payouts, and several ranch families will get compensation for their real losses. Holly marveled at how casually Sam discussed financial crimes that would have seemed impossibly complex just a few months ago. Their technical expertise, combined with hard-won understanding of criminal psychology, made them invaluable for exactly these kinds of cases. "Utah news? Sheriff Martinez wants to expand our consultation from 3 days to a full week." Sam scrolled through their notes. "The art fraud thing is bigger than they thought. Suspicious transactions at 12 galleries across 3 cities. That's a significant expansion," Elena noted. "We'll need to adjust our other commitments." "Which brings me to our scheduling challenge," Holly admitted. "We're getting more requests than we can handle while maintaining quality service." She gestured toward the stack of files accumulating on their conference table. "Wyoming wants help with cattle rustling that involves cryptocurrency. New Mexico needs training for their rural cops. Colorado Springs police want help with an insurance fraud case, vintage car thefts." "Plus the Donnelly O'Malley Foundation partnership," Jasper added. "Sean O'Sullivan wants to discuss funding criteria for communities that can't afford private consulting. And Mayor Davidson's proposal for the Investigation Training Center, Elena contributed.
And Webb wants us to figure out better ways to work with small-town cops, Sam finished.
Holly surveyed her business partners because the transformation from friends to colleagues still amazed her and recognized the problem of success. 6 months ago, she'd been worried about paying rent on a small authentication business. Now they faced the challenge of managing growth without losing the personal connection that made their work meaningful.
We need to make some decisions about what Hart, Holloway, Rodriguez, and Reeves Consulting actually wants to become, she stated.
What do you mean? Sam asked.
Do we want to be a large consulting firm that takes any paying case? Or do we want to stay focused on protecting small communities that can't access this kind of help anywhere else? Elena leaned forward, her strategic thinking engaged. Those aren't mutually exclusive. We could selectively take higher-paying cases to fund pro bono work for communities that need help but can't afford it.
Like a sliding fee scale, Jasper suggested. Wealthy counties and insurance companies pay full rates, which subsidizes free services for towns like Millbrook Falls.
The foundation thing could help with that, Sam added.
Sean's got connections with business owners who want to support community protection stuff.
Holly stood and walked to the window, watching residents go about their morning routines on streets that had become genuinely home. Mrs. Chen arranging flowers outside her restaurant. Sheriff Webb checking on the construction crew repairing winter damage to the town square. Maeve hurrying toward the library with an armload of books and her characteristic determination to organize the world one project at a time. I don't want to lose this, she stated. The connection to actual communities, to people whose lives improve because of what we do.
We won't,
Elena assured her. But we can expand our impact if we're strategic about it.
How?
Train other investigation teams to do what we do. Develop methods that work in different rural communities. Build a network of consultants who specialize in small-town financial crimes.
Elena's idea sparked excitement in Holly's chest. Instead of just solving individual cases, they could create systematic change that protected dozens of communities.
A consulting network, Holly tested the idea aloud, with shared training, resources, and case management. Exactly. We become the hub that connects smaller consulting teams with communities that need help. Plus, Jasper added with characteristic practicality, training other teams means we're not limited by our own time and energy. We can impact far more communities than we could reach directly. Sam's technical perspective emerged. We'd need digital stuff for coordination, shared databases, communication systems, case management software. But that's totally doable. Holly turned back to her partners, seeing excitement and determination in their faces. Elena's idea was ambitious but achievable, building on relationships and expertise they'd already developed. So we're talking about expanding in a way that multiplies our impact, rather than just increasing our workload. Right, Elena confirmed. Smart growth that serves our core mission. I like it. Holly returned to her chair, mind already working through possibilities. But we'll need to be careful about timing and resources. Montana and Utah first, Jasper suggested. Prove we can handle expanded cases successfully. Then the training center partnership with Mayor Davidson, Elena added. Establish Millbrook Falls as the hub for this kind of work. Then foundation funding and network development, Sam concluded. Meanwhile, Holly decided, we maintain our community focus and personal relationships. Growth serves the mission, not the other way around. Their planning session was interrupted by Sheriff Webb's arrival, the lawman carrying official-looking documents and wearing an expression that suggested good news. Morning. I've got updates from the State Attorney General's office about the money laundering prosecutions. Holly cleared space on the conference table as Webb spread out legal papers and case summaries. 3 of the network leaders took plea deals in exchange for testifying against the remaining defendants. Trial for the main conspiracy charges is scheduled for September, with your team listed as expert witnesses. All of us? Sam asked with slight nervousness. All of you.
Your combined expertise was crucial to unraveling the full scope of the criminal network.
Elena's professional experience made her comfortable with courtroom testimony. What kind of preparation will be required? Standard witness prep with prosecutors, review of evidence you help develop, coordination with federal agents who'll also testify. Timeline? Holly inquired. Preparation starts in July. Trial in September. Should wrap up before winter, assuming no unusual delays. Holly considered the implications for their expanding caseload. September would be busy, but manageable if they planned carefully. There's more, Webb continued. The Attorney General wants to discuss establishing a formal partnership between the state police and Hart, Holloway, Rodriguez, and Reeves Consulting. What kind of partnership? Elena asked with sharpened attention. Priority consulting status for complex financial crimes in rural areas. Shared cooperation procedures, shared resources, possibly some state funding for community protection initiatives. The offer represented significant validation of their work, but Holly found herself cautious about maintaining independence. We'd want to review any partnership terms carefully, she stated. Our effectiveness depends on maintaining flexibility and community focus. Understood. They're not looking to control your operations, just formalize successful cooperation. After Webb left, with promises to schedule follow-up meetings, silence settled over the office as the magnitude of their growth really registered. 6 months ago, Holly had been a newcomer trying to find her place in a small mountain town. Now, she was part of a consulting team that state officials actively courted. We're really doing this, Sam observed. Building something significant. We built something significant, Elena corrected. Now we're scaling it up to help more people. Stott. Still feels surreal sometimes, Jasper admitted, going from investigating one suspicious death to developing statewide consulting procedures. Holly understood his amazement. Going from personal crisis to professional opportunity had happened gradually enough that she'd adjusted to each change as it occurred. But stepping back to see the full scope was genuinely startling. Question, she stated. Are we happy with what we're building? What do you mean? Elena asked. I mean, is this the life we want? Traveling constantly, testifying in major trials, managing complex business partnerships? The question hung in the air as each of them considered not just professional success, but personal satisfaction. I like the variety, Sam replied first. After years of hiding my expertise, using it to help people feels incredible. I like the impact, Elena added. Federal work helped individual cases, but this protects entire communities. I like the research and historical documentation, Jasper contributed, plus working with you. He squeezed Holly's hand with the casual affection that still made her heart flutter. I like the challenge in the relationships, Holly admitted. But I want to make sure we don't lose ourselves in the success. Meaning? Meaning I still want time for wedding planning. I want Sunday dinners with friends. I want to know my neighbors and volunteer for community events. Work-life balance, Elena summarized. Work-life integration, Holly corrected. Making sure our personal relationships and community connections stay strong, even as our professional responsibilities expand. Absolutely doable, Sam assured her, especially if we're strategic about scheduling and priorities. Plus, Jasper added, having a home base in Millbrook Falls means we're always coming back to people and places we care about. And being engaged to your business partner has advantages, Holly noted with a grin. Built-in accountability for maintaining personal time. Productive planning filled the afternoon as they mapped out their next 6 months, balancing case commitments with community involvement and personal relationships. By 5 o'clock, their conference table was covered with calendars, contact lists, and preliminary agreements that would shape their expanding operations. Dinner at my place tonight? Holly offered. Elena, you should see the wedding venue setup Jasper and I are considering for the backyard. Can't, Elena replied with slight regret.
volunteer orientation at the community center. They're launching a financial literacy program and want me to help design the curriculum. Community integration in action, Sam observed approvingly.
What about you?
Holly asked Sam. Any interest in seeing our wedding planning chaos? Actually, I'm meeting with the Art Council about a permanent installation to replace the temporary memorial in the town square. Something that honors Finn and Bridget, but also celebrates community resilience.
Holly felt warmth spread through her chest at how naturally her partners had woven themselves into the fabric of Millbrook Falls life.
Professional success was satisfying, but chosen family was irreplaceable.
Rain check then, but soon.
Definitely. I want to hear about the Montana cattle case over a proper dinner, Shit sighed. Walking to their cars in the gathering dusk, Holly marveled at how completely her life had changed since moving to Millbrook Falls. She'd found not just a home and a calling, but a chosen family that made both personal and professional dreams possible.
Ready for spring?
Jasper asked as they reached their cars.
More than ready.
Holly looked around at the town square where early spring flowers were pushing through soil still cool from winter snow. Ready for growth. Ready for new challenges. Ready for whatever comes next.
Even cattle fraud in Montana?
Especially cattle fraud in Montana. She laughed at the absurdity and possibility of it all. Though I'm still planning to enjoy our last quiet weekend before travel season starts.
Wedding planning and lazy mornings. Wedding planning and lazy mornings. Perfect.
The kippy driving home through familiar streets toward the house they'd made together, Holly felt the deep satisfaction of a life that balanced meaningful work with lasting relationships. Tomorrow would bring new cases and complex challenges, but tonight was for spring air and the man she loved and the community that had claimed her as family.
The investigation that had brought them all together was over.
The adventures were just beginning.
Chapter 20.
The luck of the Irish. Official envelopes shouldn't make people nervous, but Holly's hands trembled slightly as she opened the one from the Colorado State Police. A month had passed since the memorial celebration, and life had settled into the kind of productive routine that made their early crisis feel like something from another lifetime.
What's it say?
Jasper asked from the kitchen, where he was making their morning coffee with the methodical care that had become one of Holly's favorite ways to start each day.
We're getting a commendation.
She reread the formal language twice to make sure she understood correctly. Hart, Holloway, Rodriguez, and Reeves Consulting is receiving recognition for exceptional service in complex financial crime investigation.
That's incredible.
Elena looked up from her laptop, where she'd been reviewing training materials for another small-town police department. What kind of ceremony? Award presentation next Friday at State Police Headquarters in Denver. Plus, they want to discuss working together more in the future. Sam emerged from the back office, carrying a stack of digital forensics reports that represented the previous week's consulting work. Does this mean we're officially legitimate?
We were always legitimate,
Holly replied with a grin. Now we're officially recognized. The morning's excitement was interrupted by Sheriff Webb's arrival, though his expression suggested good news rather than new problems. Since the arrests, Webb's visits had become less about crisis management and more about collaboration planning. Morning. I've got updates from the federal prosecutor's office. He settled into what had become his usual chair at their conference table. Final convictions came through yesterday. Holly set aside the commendation letter, focusing on news that would bring closure to the investigation that had changed all their lives. Marcus Klein and the network leadership got 15 to 25 years in federal prison. The local accomplices got 5 to 10 years, plus they have to pay back what they stole. Webb's satisfaction was evident. Your testimony was crucial to securing those convictions.
Sam's relief was visible.
It's really over? The criminal network is dismantled. Assets are being returned to victims, and the people who threatened you are in federal prison.
Webb's tone carried finality. Dr. Samuel Park can live openly without looking over his shoulder. Holly watched Sam process the magnitude of that freedom, the ability to use their real name, acknowledge their expertise, and build relationships without hiding essential parts of their identity.
"How does it feel?" she asked.
Strange. Good strange, but strange. Sam's voice held wonder, mixed with residual caution. I've been hiding for so long that openness feels risky, even when I know it's safe.
"That's normal," Elena assured them.
Recovery from prolonged stress takes time.
"Speaking of which," Webb continued, "there's something else you should know."
The O'Sullivan family has completed their restitution payments to affected community members, and Sean wants to speak with all of you about the foundation. Holly nodded. Sean O'Sullivan had been working tirelessly since the revelations about his family's unwilling involvement in money laundering to repair community trust and support other small towns facing similar crimes.
"What's he proposing?" "Formal partnership between the Donnelly O'Malley Community Protection Foundation and Hart, Holloway, Rodriguez, and Reeves Consulting. They'll fund investigation services for communities that can't afford private help, and you'll provide the expertise." The offer represented everything Holly had hoped their business could become: professionally successful but community-focused, profitable but not profit-driven.
"We'll definitely meet with him," she decided.
After Webb left, productive energy filled the office as each team member focused on projects that reflected their expanding impact. Elena was developing training curricula for rural law enforcement agencies across 3 states. Sam was consulting with federal authorities on cryptocurrency investigation techniques. Jasper was documenting their methods for replication by other consulting teams. But the afternoon brought a phone call that transformed ordinary Thursday business into something special.
"Elena," Holly called across the office. "It's your real estate agent."
Elena's face brightened as she accepted the phone.
Her side of the conversation consisted mostly of yes, and that's perfect, and thank you so much.
"The closing went through," she announced after hanging up. "I officially own the Blue Victorian on Maple Street." The significance of Elena's house purchase went beyond real estate transaction to symbolic commitment. After years of temporary assignments and bureaucratic housing, she'd chosen permanent roots in Millbrook Falls. "Congratulations!"
Sam jumped up to hug her. "First time owning a house?"
"First time owning anything permanent."
Elena's emotion was evident. "First time choosing where to live instead of being assigned."
"We should celebrate," Holly suggested.
"Dinner at my place tonight? Housewarming celebration combined with commendation party?"
"Perfect, but I'm cooking," Elena insisted.
"I want to practice using the kitchen I now own."
"Deal."
"What can we bring?"
"Just yourselves.
And maybe Maeve and Sheriff Webb if they're available. I want to celebrate with the people who made this possible." Warmth spread through Holly's chest at Elena's inclusion of Webb and Maeve in their chosen family circle. Relationships that had formed during crisis had deepened into lasting bonds that extended beyond professional necessity. The afternoon progressed with phone calls to confirm dinner plans and quiet satisfaction at how naturally their individual successes had become shared celebrations. 6 months ago, Holly had been focused primarily on her own survival and integration into Millbrook Falls. Now her happiness was inextricably connected to Elena's homeownership, Sam's freedom, and Jasper's contentment with their expanding partnership. By 5:30, they were loading supplies into cars for the short drive to Elena's new house. The Blue Victorian had been empty for months before Elena's purchase, but she'd spent the past week making it into a home with the same methodical efficiency she applied to everything else. "Fair warning," Elena announced as they carried groceries up the front steps. "I've been having some trouble sleeping lately. Nightmares about the FBI stuff. So, if I seem a little tired, that's why." Holly paused on the porch, recognizing the courage it took for Elena to acknowledge vulnerability. "Have you talked to anyone about it?" "Actually, yes. I started seeing Dr. Martinez in town."
Elena's tone grew more serious. Turns out, processing 15 years of federal law enforcement stress, plus witness protection, plus criminal investigation, requires professional help.
That's really smart, Sam commented, with understanding born from their own experience with hidden trauma. Plus, Elena continued with characteristic practicality, if I'm going to be permanently part of this community, I need to deal with my baggage instead of carrying it around. They entered Elena's house together, Holly marveling at how quickly and thoroughly Elena had made the space her own. Warm colors, comfortable furniture, and bookshelves that mixed professional texts with fiction created an atmosphere that felt both sophisticated and welcoming. This is beautiful, Jasper observed, examining the converted sunroom that Elena had set up as a home office. Perfect for someone who works from home part-time. That's the plan. Consulting work travels, but community involvement requires being present. Maeve arrived as they were setting the table, carrying a bottle of wine and wearing the expression that meant she had community news to share. Sheriff Webb followed shortly after, looking relaxed in civilian clothes and carrying what appeared to be a housewarming gift. "Congratulations on the house," Maeve announced, embracing Elena with genuine warmth. "Mrs. Patterson wanted me to tell you that the neighborhood is delighted to have you. Apparently, your yard maintenance has already improved property values." "Congratulations on the state commendation, too," Webb added, handing Elena a wrapped package. "The recognition is well-deserved." Dinner was a casual affair that felt like family celebration rather than formal business entertaining. Elena had prepared Irish stew in honor of their recent festival experiences, and the conversation flowed easily between personal updates and professional planning. "So what's next for Hart, Holloway, Rodriguez, and Reeves Consulting?" Maeve asked as they lingered over dessert. "Montana cattle case next week," Holly replied. "Utah art fraud case the week after. Then the foundation partnership discussions with Sean. Plus the state police partnership proposal," Elena added. "And the training center feasibility study," Jasper contributed. "And I'm starting to work with other federal agencies on cryptocurrency stuff," Sam finished. Webb raised his wine glass with mock solemnity. "To the busiest consulting team in Colorado." "To the most effective consulting team in Colorado," Holly corrected, lifting her own glass. As they toasted their shared success, gratitude filled Holly for the chosen family that had formed around professional collaboration, but deepened into genuine affection and mutual support. "Can I say something sentimental?" Elena asked as they were clearing dishes. "Always," Holly encouraged. "6 months ago, I was burned out, isolated, and convinced that meaningful relationships were incompatible with investigative work." Elena's voice carried emotion that made everyone stop and listen. "You all proved me wrong in the best possible way." "Back then, I was hiding my expertise and convinced that safety required isolation," Sam added. "Now I'm using my skills to help other people and building friendships based on truth instead of lies." "When we first met, I was worried about Holly getting involved in dangerous situations," Jasper contributed with a smile. "Now, I'm her business partner, and we're getting married in 3 months." "Before all this started, I was a newcomer, trying to find my place in a small mountain town," Holly concluded. "Now I'm part of a chosen family that makes every challenge manageable and every success worth celebrating." The evening wound down with plans for their Montana trip and discussions about Elena's house projects, but Holly found herself reluctant to leave the warmth of Elena's new home and the satisfaction of shared accomplishments. "One more toast," she suggested as they prepared to leave. "To Finn Donnelly and Bridget O'Malley, whose courage made our family possible." "To Finn and Bridget," they echoed solemnly. Walking to their cars under a clear April night sky, the complete transformation of her life since arriving in Millbrook Falls amazed Holly. She'd found not just professional success and romantic love,
but the kind of chosen family that made both personal and professional dreams possible. "Ready for bed?" Jasper asked as they reached their house.
More than ready.
Holly looked back at Elena's brightly lit windows and Sam's car pulling away toward their apartment. "Tomorrow, we start planning the Montana case, but tonight is for appreciating what we've built." "And wedding planning," Jasper reminded her with the gentle persistence that had become one of his most endearing qualities. 3 months isn't very long for final preparations. "Wedding planning," Holly agreed, feeling excitement bubble up at the prospect of making their partnership official in front of the community that had claimed them both as family. Inside their house, surrounded by the comfortable chaos of shared life and expanding business, Holly felt the deep satisfaction of work that mattered and relationships that lasted. The investigation that had brought them all together was over, but the chosen family and professional purpose they'd discovered would continue growing for years to come. "The luck of the Irish," she murmured, remembering the festival celebration that had started as community healing and become personal transformation. "What?" Jasper asked from the bathroom where he was brushing his teeth. "Just thinking about how lucky we are." "Lucky, skilled, and surrounded by people who care about us," he corrected, emerging to wrap his arms around her. "That's not luck. That's the life we chose to build together." Settling into sleep in the house they'd made together, Holly smiled at Jasper's characteristically practical wisdom. They'd been lucky in some ways. The timing that brought Elena to Millbrook Falls, the case that revealed Sam's expertise, the community connections that supported them through crisis. But the relationships and professional success they'd built required daily choices to prioritize truth over convenience, community over profit, and chosen family over individual achievement. Tomorrow would bring new cases and fresh challenges, but tonight was for gratitude and anticipation, for the chosen family that had formed around shared values and the future they were building together. The luck of the Irish, indeed, combined with the hard work of people who chose to care about each other and the communities they served. Chapter 21. Ever After in Emerald. The phone rang at 8:30 on a Tuesday morning, cutting through the peaceful rhythm of coffee brewing and case file organizing that had become Holly's favorite way to start the workday. 3 weeks had passed since their commendation ceremony in Denver, and Hart, Holloway, Rodriguez, and Reeves Consulting had settled into the kind of productive routine that made their early crisis feel like ancient history. "Hart, Holloway, Rodriguez, and Reeves Consulting, this is Holly," she answered, noting the unfamiliar Colorado area code. "Miss Hart, this is Sheriff Patricia Valdez from Cedar Springs. I got your number from Sheriff Webb in Millbrook Falls. He said you specialize in complex cases that small towns can't handle alone." Holly set down her coffee, already intrigued. Cedar Springs was a mountain town about 4 hours north, similar in size to Millbrook Falls, but known more for its historic architecture than festival celebrations. "What kind of case are you dealing with, Sheriff?" "Missing person investigation that's got some unusual elements. Dr. Marcus Fleming, 63, retired college professor and rare book collector. Disappeared from his home 6 days ago. No signs of struggle, no financial problems, no enemies that we can identify." "That sounds like something local law enforcement could handle," Holly replied, though something in the sheriff's tone suggested there was more to the story. "Here's where it gets complicated. Dr. Fleming's house is full of rare books and historical documents worth maybe $500,000. Nothing's missing, but we found his study in perfect order except for one thing. Every drawer in his desk was pulled out, exactly 4 inches. Like someone was searching methodically, but got interrupted." Elena looked up from her laptop, professional interest clearly engaged. Sam and Jasper continued their morning routine, but Holly could tell they were listening. "Any other unusual circumstances?"
Holly asked. His neighbor saw a white van parked across from Fleming's house for 3 consecutive nights before the disappearance. Colorado plates, but the numbers were mud-covered. And here's the really strange part. Fleming left a note on his kitchen table that just says, "The Ashford collection was never what it seemed." Holly's hand tightened on the phone. "Did you say Ashford? You know the name? It might be relevant to a case we've worked. What else can you tell me about Dr. Fleming's research interests?" Colorado territorial history, mining claims, early banking records. His housekeeper said he'd been excited about some new discovery related to 19th century financial documents. She thought he was planning to write a book. The parallels to their recent investigation were too significant to ignore. Around the office, excitement and curiosity lit up her partners' faces. "Sheriff Valdez, would you be interested in having our team consult on this case? Our rate is reasonable, and we specialize in exactly these kinds of complex investigations." Webb spoke highly of your work. "What would you need from us?" "Full access to the crime scene, copies of all evidence and witness statements, and permission to interview Dr. Fleming's colleagues and neighbors. We could be there Thursday if that works for your schedule." "Thursday's perfect. I'll email you the case file and directions to Cedar Springs." After Holly hung up, excited energy filled the office as she shared the details with Elena, Sam, and Jasper. "Rare books and historical documents," Jasper mused, his research instincts clearly engaged. "That's right in your wheelhouse, Holly." The methodical desk search suggests someone was looking for specific documents, Elena added, not a random burglary or crime of opportunity. "And the Ashford connection can't be coincidental," Sam contributed. "That name came up too many times in our last case to ignore." Holly stood and walked to their wall map of Colorado, studying the location of Cedar Springs relative to Millbrook Falls and the other towns where they'd identified financial crime networks. "What do you think?" she asked her partners. "Ready for another adventure?" "Maha." "Always," Elena replied without hesitation. "Missing person case with rare books and document fraud? That's exactly the kind of complex case that needs our combined expertise." "I can research Dr. Fleming's academic background and publication history," Jasper offered. "Maybe identify what kind of historical discovery would be worth kidnapping someone over." "I can look into the technical aspects of any digital evidence," Sam added. "If Fleming was researching historical financial crimes, he might have been using databases or digital archives that could leave traces." Familiar excitement began building as Holly contemplated a new investigation. After weeks of routine consulting work and training sessions, the challenge of a genuine mystery was irresistible. "Then it's decided. Cedar Springs on Thursday." She turned back to her partners, marveling at how naturally they'd evolved into a team that could tackle any challenge. "Elena, want to take point on the financial crime angles? Jasper, historical research? Sam, technical investigation?" "Perfect division of labor," Elena agreed. "Though we should pack for potentially staying longer than planned. Missing person cases can develop quickly once you start finding the right connections." "Speaking of connections," Holly continued, "this could be our chance to prove that Hart, Holloway, Rodriguez, and Reeves Consulting can handle major cases outside our immediate area. Word of mouth is how small consulting businesses grow. Plus," Sam added with a grin, "investigating crimes in different towns means we get to see more of Colorado." "I'm curious about Cedar Springs' art scene." "And their local archives," Jasper contributed. "Towns with that much historic architecture usually have fascinating historical records." As well, Elena's practical side emerged. "We should also consider this a test case for our procedures. Can we work effectively in an unfamiliar community? Do our methods work with different law enforcement styles? How well do we coordinate when we're away from home base?" Holly nodded, appreciating Elena's strategic thinking. "Good points. This isn't just about solving Dr. Fleming's disappearance. It's about proving we can be the kind of consulting team that communities across Colorado can rely on. Their planning session was interrupted by Sheriff Webb's arrival, though his expression suggested routine business rather than crisis management. Since their formal partnership agreement, Webb's visits had become regular check-ins about ongoing cases and collaboration opportunities.
Morning. Heard you just took on a new case in Cedar Springs. Word travels fast, Holly observed. Sheriff Valdez called to verify your credentials. I gave you a strong recommendation. Webb settled into his usual chair. She also mentioned the case involves rare books and historical documents. That's your specialty area, Holly. It's also potentially connected to the financial crime patterns we've been tracking, Elena added. The victim was researching historical banking records, and there's an Ashford connection. Webb's interest sharpened. The same Ashford family from the territorial banking records? Another. Possibly. We won't know until we examine Dr. Fleming's research materials. Holly pulled out the notes she'd taken during her conversation with Sheriff Valdez. But the methodology suggests professional criminals rather than random opportunists. Cedar Springs is a good community, Webb noted, small enough to have the same trust-based culture as Millbrook Falls, but large enough to attract outside attention. If someone's targeting their rare book collectors, you're exactly the right team to figure out why. Any advice for working with Sheriff Valdez? Elena asked. Straightforward, competent, open to working together. She's been dealing with budget cuts like most rural departments, so she'll appreciate having access to the skills you need. Webb stood to leave. Keep me posted on what you find. If it connects to our recent cases, I want to know. After Webb left, productive energy filled the office as each team member focused on preparation for their Cedar Springs investigation. Holly researched rare book markets and authentication processes. Elena reviewed financial crime patterns involving historical documents. Sam investigated digital tools for tracking document provenance. Jasper explored Colorado territorial history and banking records. You know what I love about this? Holly said as they worked. 6 months ago, I was focused on individual authentication projects. Now we're part of a network protecting communities across the state. Back then, I was burned out from federal bureaucracy, Elena replied. Now I'm using the same skills to help communities that actually appreciate the work. When we first started, I was hiding my expertise, Sam added. Now I'm collaborating with law enforcement to solve crimes I never could have tackled alone. Before all this, I was worried about whether you could handle dangerous investigations. Jasper concluded with a smile. Now I'm your research partner planning our next case together. Around the office, her chosen family radiated competence, excitement, and genuine affection. The investigation that had brought them together was over, but the relationships and professional purpose they'd discovered were stronger than ever. Ready for whatever Cedar Springs throws at us? She asked. Ready for anything, Elena confirmed with confidence. By mid-afternoon, they had a preliminary case strategy, travel arrangements, and enough background research to begin their investigation effectively. Holly's calendar showed a steady stream of consulting requests through the summer, training sessions scheduled in 4 different states, and partnership discussions with 3 community protection organizations. We're actually going to need an assistant soon, she realized, looking at the scheduling complexity. And probably a bigger office. Good problems to have, Sam observed. Very good problems, Elena agreed. The kind that mean communities trust us enough to ask for help. Their afternoon planning was interrupted by an unexpected visitor, Sean O'Sullivan, carrying a folder that probably contained foundation business and wearing the expression of someone with important news to share. Afternoon. I hope I'm not interrupting anything urgent. Just planning our next case, Holly replied, gesturing for him to sit down. What brings you by? Foundation business and a personal request. Sean opened his folder, revealing legal documents and what appeared to be a substantial check. The Donnelly O'Malley Community Protection Foundation Board approved our partnership proposal. Full funding for investigation services in communities that can't afford private consulting.
Excitement and gratitude hit Holly in equal measure. That's incredible news. There's more. We've had inquiries from business leaders in 12 different Colorado towns about establishing similar protection foundations. Your work here has inspired communities across the state to take financial crime prevention seriously. The magnitude of their impact was genuinely startling. What had started as a local crisis had evolved into a movement that could protect dozens of communities from complex crimes.
What would that look like practically? Elena asked.
Coordinated funding for investigation services, shared training resources, standard protocols for community protection. Hart, Holloway, Rodriguez, and Reeves Consulting would become the central hub for a statewide network.
That's ambitious, Holly managed.
That's necessary, Sean corrected. Small communities are vulnerable to exactly the kinds of crimes you specialize in solving. Having a coordinated response makes everyone safer. As Sean left with promises to schedule detailed planning meetings, both excitement and slight overwhelm hit Holly at the scope of what they were building. From investigating one murder to coordinating statewide community protection, she mused. That's quite a progression. That's the natural evolution of effective work, Elena replied. Success creates opportunities for greater impact. Plus, Jasper added with characteristic practicality, helping more communities means job security for all of us, and the chance to investigate fascinating cases across Colorado, Sam contributed. I'm looking forward to seeing what mysteries other towns are hiding. As the afternoon wound toward evening, Holly felt the deep satisfaction of work that mattered, combined with relationships that lasted. Tomorrow would bring preparation for Cedar Springs. Next week would bring a new investigation, new challenges, and new opportunities to protect communities from complex crimes. But tonight was for appreciating what they built together. Professional success balanced with chosen family. Individual expertise combined into collaborative strength. Local roots expanded into statewide impact. The Cedar Springs case, she said, gathering her notes for the day. What do you think we'll find? Missing professor, rare books, historical mysteries, Elena listed with anticipation. Probably financial crimes. Definitely complex motives. Possibly connections to other cases we've worked. To put it differently, Jasper added with a grin, exactly the kind of investigation Hart, Holloway, Rodriguez, and Reeves Consulting was designed to handle. Exactly what we do best, Holly concluded, feeling excitement build for their next adventure. Walking to their cars in the gathering dusk, the complete transformation of her life since moving to Millbrook Falls amazed Holly. She'd found not just professional success and romantic love, but the kind of chosen family that made every challenge manageable and every success worth celebrating. The investigation that had brought them all together was over, but the adventures were just beginning. Cedar Springs, here we come, she murmured, remembering the excitement she'd felt during their first case together. Ready for another mystery? Jasper asked as they reached their house. More than ready. Holly looked back at their office building, where lights still glowed from Elena's and Sam's preparations for tomorrow's planning session. Ready for whatever Colorado towns throw at us next. Inside their house, surrounded by the comfortable chaos of shared life and expanding business, the anticipation of new mysteries, combined with the security of lasting relationships, filled Holly. Tomorrow would bring a missing professor, rare books, and historical secrets waiting to be uncovered. But tonight was for gratitude and excitement, for the chosen family that had formed around shared values and the future they were building together. One case, one community, one mystery at a time.
Thank you for listening. Please visit me at winvalentine.com to stay up to date. Please subscribe, leave a comment, and review.